Let's get on. I just got some faces for us. Obviously, like the top right, but here are some possible worm lords. I've updated the art doc with what I think are the assets. Let me know if anything is missing. Okay. Also, need to decide what collectibles are. Bullets, little trains, particles. Right. Stuff that needs art. Okay. Yeah, oh boy, they have a lot of stuff. Shinkanbai, that is not the name. That will never be the name. That's a little loud. Okay. All right. I got a list. A list of all things I need to get done. Let me check something real quick. All Gouda. List of things to get done. Where's my sticky notes at? There we are. Okay. So we need to generalize the magnetic obstacles so Steven can just kind of use them to build levels. Because right now we have like positive and negative prefabs and things like that, which I don't want to have like 2 of each kind of prefab. We can just make it one, then it just decides what color and polarity is at runtime. So let me just deprecated. Negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, negative tester, positive tester. Yeah. I guess settings sliders deprecated too. Okay. So what we're going to want is this. Level element, or we can just level object. See how this looks real quick. We have the magnet script on there. Transformed out roots. Oh, okay. Okay, we can do this then. Transformed roots.
Hey, yo.
Yo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was not paying attention. I did not see you get on.
Nah, you good. I didn't want to make a big thing of it.
No cat vomit this morning, I presume.
No cat vomits. All good.
Just threw her out.
What's that? Yeah, I just threw
her
out. Yeah. Now that
No more
my
cats. So.
now that my anti-suicide blinds are installed, I can actually open up my window. So I think 4 floors
So
was enough.
yeah, I mean, cats are pretty good at not dying from big heights. So
Well, if my physics teacher taught me anything, is that if you throw them off from a higher height, they'll actually survive because they hit terminal velocity and then relax.
that's true. So honestly, you're doing her a favor by throwing her up from the 4th floor.
I think it was 5 floors though. That was the minimum
Oh,
height. Shit,
fuck.
that would
Do you
explain
have
why
roof
she's
access?
not moving. Do I have roof access?
Oh,
Oh, well,
oh
hindsight.
no. Yeah, should have had hindsight.
Should have had hindsight. Alright, I am putting together a little generic magnet object that you'll be able to use to make shit.
Cool.
Let me just double check real quick that one of my teeny tiny code changes didn't completely break how magnets work. Oh wait, it will.
Did we ever understand how magnets work?
I don't fucking know, man.
What do they do? Yeah, that's fine. I'm still working on some other stuff, so just whenever you have that ready, and then I can start at least preliminary setup of levels, and we can start testing, or I can start testing them out and shit.
Yeah. What time did you wake up?
Like 11, so not too bad. I've only been up for like an hour.
Oh, nice. This didn't get it. And first time. Okay, yeah. I'll have to fiddle with this a bit, and then
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll let you know.
No worries. Yeah, I'm just gonna be making maybe a couple more obstacle island things to use, and then some effects in the meantime. So
The way that I'm going to want it to work is you're just gonna have an empty parent prefab just called magnetic objects, and all you'll have to do is drag in whatever model that you have as a child of it.
Yep.
And then make sure, I don't think it gets added automatically, but on that sort of shot, wherever the mesh renderer component is, just add another component called mesh collider, and it should automatically create it. And then that should be it as far as like it being magnetized. But on the parent script itself, you're going to be able to change the polarity, so either positive or negative. What things on the objects do you plan to like manipulate when the polarity is different? So like a positive versus negative one.
There's a material on like the outer edge of all of them that is sort of like pulsing, and it could pulse outward or inward. So it'll be the color of that and one of the values of the shader. So like the speed direction, essentially. Okay,
so just like one material color and one shader value.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, technically, the only thing you would need to manipulate like in code would be the scroll speed. So just the shader value, because the colors are going to be just set on the islands based on what their polarity is, and then I just want to change the direction of them based on what your polarity is. So either they're like pulsing inward or outward.
Okay, I see. So you're making objects that are going to have one designated polarity for each one, or would you want to make like
I would just make
a generic? You can make like a generic object, and then I can swap out like the material and stuff to make it like positive or negative. Unless I was just gonna
literally just be like, all right, well, I have this crescent shape, so I'll have crescent positive and crescent negative. It's not that crazy to do that, and then that way they're just like separated.
Okay.
And I just like put them down, and we don't have to like change the thing on the fly or anything depending on the level. I don't know.
Gotcha.
You,
sounds good.
What I was thinking.
So is there anything that you would need? Wait, sorry. What was the thing that you would want me to do in code then?
So there is a value inside the shader on these little like outline things. So like there's like a red color one and a blue color one depending on
So when
the positivity. But what I would want you to control is the direction that these things are pulsing.
Right.
So they're pulsing like out or pulsing in.
Gotcha.
Dependent on what your polarity is.
Right.
But they're always staying the same color because we're
Okay.
not switching the environment colors.
So
We're just switching ours.
once the game is running, there's only kind of one thing that's going to be dynamic, and it's going to be that shader thing.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
And that's like a, if it doesn't end up like working like that, then it's fine. Because
that should be
as long as they're the colors and there's like an effect around them that denotes what these are.
Mm-hmm.
And then then I think that's the only thing.
Okay.
Because even the I would want like I'm probably gonna put like a little effect around the train as well, but that would just need to change colors.
Gotcha.
And because that one, I guess, is always pulling in, I guess, technically, just depending on the color that you're grabbing. I don't know. I didn't think about that, but
Okay. Sounds
nothing too
good.
complicated.
All right. Well, that.
At the very least, like, I don't need any of that functionality stuff while
Sure.
I'm setting up levels or anything. So.
Okay. Sounds good. That
All right,
will
cool.
make things simpler for me then.
Sweet. Yeah, and then I'll let you know if there's any like additional stuff that I didn't think of, but I'm pretty sure it's just I need to be able to set one as positive and set one as negative and be able to just like place them in the scene, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. That should be easy.
All right. Sweet.
Sweet.
Cool. Yeah, just let me know whenever you push that stuff, and I'll just be working on other things in the meantime.
Sounds good.
Coolio.
Get out of
Luck.
here.
Godspeed.
Your brainoid and Grizz. Yes, we have plenty of things to be doing. Some stuff to set up for Steven to create some levels. I'll have to do some collectible stuff, and it's probably going to be a lot of like the boring, tedious stuff, like setting up the UI, setting up leaderboards, putting together a level select menu. Less stuff to do with like the core gameplay functionality. Man, I hate that. I hate it when I accidentally like go Parkinson's on my mouse for like half a second. So like, oh, you just wanted to close all your windows, right? No, I didn't. Okay. So that makes things easier. There's not going to be a lot that needs to like change with this. All right, the magnetic force we want to be. All right, that's actually a deprecated. We don't use this anywhere, do we? Oh. Wait a minute. We use this magnet force here for calculate magnetic force. Sure. What is this? Total force vector. Oh. Alright, so we do use it, but it's ignored. So we can get rid of this. I'll leave you be. Okay. That does make things easier. So we'll just have like just basic polarity here. No, I wanted more doki doki. Okay. So we're just going to need to change a value in all of the magnets when that polarity changes. Okay, that actually might be a little trickier because that's going to be tied to the train's polarity. I can add an event to the train's polarity change. I'm having so much fun with it. That's awesome, man. I've seen little snippets of it here and there, but I haven't quite seen what the full gameplay sort of thing looks like. But if you're having fun with it, that's a promising part of it's a promising sign that other people will find it fun as well. Sorry, my brain short-circuited there for a sec. Hey, sometimes that's half the battle. Having both can make a difference in terms of like what entices people to even just like pick up the game, you know? Okay, so the train here has the polarity, right? Yep, change to positive, change to negative. Although we can kind of just, instead of having it be an event, we can just have this on an update loop, honestly. So but we would have to know whenever a train is available. That's not great. Okay, let's just get the core functionality working again though, because I think I fucked some stuff up here. Crescent negative, crescent positive. I just want the magnet to be here with a positive polarity, and we'll get rid of it here. And then island negative, same thing. Hang on. No, I guess we can't do this. Wait, hang on. No, I want to make this as simplified as possible for Steven. So surely instead of roots, because root isn't grabbing this top layer here, it's grabbing the world objects one here, and that doesn't have any magnets on it. So it's component magnet. All right, we'll just do like magnet objects. Oh boy, wait a minute. I'm still waking up here. Current magnets. Collider. Game objects. Magnet object. Bit component. Magnet. If return magnet is equal to null, then we go up the layer. Uh-oh. Hold my beer, we're about to write a recursive function here. Oi. So this will recursively search up the transform tree to try and find magnet, which should be easy now for Steven to just make some magnet objects by just adding just an object to this thing and it'll work fine. Hello, baby. How are you doing? Would you like a nap? No, you're just gonna sit there. It's okay, you can do that. You want a nap? No? Okay. Just want to watch, eh? Yeah, I think that should be all we need there. So we can just throw that in there. Get this. Put this here. Island positive. No, we don't need the positive negative testers. Okay, let's see if this still works. Let's see if my recursive function works. Nope. Okay. Not set to an instance of an object. All right. That is interesting. Oh, wait, actually. Else. Return magnet. Pew. Okay. Pew. Alright. That seems to be working fine now. Sweet. Let's get rid of this print log. Don't need you anymore. Ugh. Doo-doo-doo. Some instructions for Steven. How does that look? All right, that looks good. Oh, I don't have Git open. Oop. Steven's pushed some stuff. Ooh, look at all these VFX and things. My goodness. Wait a minute. I think I saw a Hedron somewhere. Yep, Hedron base color. He imported a bunch of stuff from Split Decision. That's funny. All right. The screenshot. Alrighty. That's one thing off the checklist. Okay, collectibles. First I'm probably gonna want to make a score manager. Manager's fine, I guess, instead of score keeper. So right now, I think it's just gonna be 3 things that we're gonna keep track of here. Do I want this to be a static? It might be better if this is a... Yeah, if this is a singleton, because then it'll handle the auto resetting stuff at every scene, and I don't need to handle it myself. Any updates on art you can share? Kinda. We're getting there. We're thinking of a mascot that's going to be like the target for the finish goal line that we're aiming for. We're still concepting some things. Here's a bunch of Thomas faces. Steven says, "Hear me out." Yeah, nothing in terms of like finalized assets though. This is just the kind of the vibe that we'll be going for. So, I'm still plugging away at this stuff. I believe Andrew's still sleeping. He was up later than both of us were, and it's early over there for him. So I don't imagine he'll be on. Well, he'll be on probably relatively soonish, but not. I don't expect him to be on for a while. Okay, so there'll be 3 things that we'll be looking at. First of all, public static store manager instance. Okay. And then basically what we're going to want here. There's going to be 3 things that we want to look at here. We're going to want float. Is it going to be a float? Yes. Public floats. Time to complete. Distance traveled. Public int collectibles grabbed. Do I need to have a function to increment time to complete? We're just going to have a timer for this, I think. So that's fine. So we can do line. Increment distance traveled. Increment distance. All right, so this will be slowly counting up as the player moves around the arena. Increment collectibles grabbed, and this will just be a one increment every time. Public void gets calculated score. So here's where things get a little bit more nebulous, because we're going to want the final score to be dependent on how long it took to complete, how far the train traveled, and how many collectibles were grabbed. I think we're pretty settled on the collectibles getting grabbed being like a multiplier, so they're like the most valuable thing that you could get, but they will require time and distance to grab, so there's going to be a trade-off with that. Obviously, the less time it takes to complete, the higher your score, and the less distance you travel, the higher your score. The issue with those is that when you focus on having a higher score for like minimizing things, you inherently have a floor, right? Like, and your floor is 0. So you have to start from some big number, and then as time ticks down, it'll eventually hit 0. So you can't have like there's a maximum score that you can get, essentially. Numerically, there has to be. So it's not necessarily going to be like a skill ceiling of like, oh, this is a frame perfect run, no score can get higher than this. It's if you complete the game in 0 seconds and 0 distance traveled, this is like the max point value it should be, and it'll only ever tick down from there, right? Is there any other way to do that? Because that just is just going to require me to like pick some arbitrary numbers, like this is as big as the scores can get, and anything outside of that is nothing can get higher than this. Because how do you equate, like say for a speed runner, right? They get the world record in like Super Mario Brothers. They beat it in like 32 minutes or whatever the world record is right now. Could you equate that to like a point value? I mean, we're gonna have to if we want a leaderboard. Like one leaderboard. We could obviously have a leaderboard for both time to complete and distance traveled, which could be kind of neat, but I think it'll be simpler for the casual player to just have like one cohesive score, so you have a point value assigned to distance complete and or distance traveled and time to complete. Yeah, I think the way that we did it for a loft was that we, because this was the same issue with a loft. You had like you were evaluated based on time to complete and air consumed. Let's take a look at how a loft did it. Maybe we'll just have like a similar scorekeeping thing. First, I gotta remember what LD a loft was. 50. Okay. Huh. Oh lordy, I'm still waking up. I think we had a similar script too, just called like Scorekeeper or something. Scoreboard or scene loader? No, scoreboard. Oh no, that was the prefab. Oh wait, no. Is this? Display high scores, menu manager, no. Okay, that's just the display stuff. And screen fade, panel manager, finish line, game manager, intro cutscene, key manager, leaderboard entry. Well, what's... That's just that stuff. Is it in game? Nope, not the meta. Game manager. Yeah, so we had a time max score, which is like 6666. Air max score. Hey, Rook. And they said I could never. No one said that. I believed in you, Rook. Okay, so we had like a max score for the time and the air, as well as a multiplier for time to make time the more valuable resource. So if you completed the level faster and used more air, it was more likely that you would be rewarded with a higher score. Okay. So now if I see this time deduction timer. Oh wait. Okay, so that time multiplier is being used to calculate the deduction. Yeah, so the more time that it takes, the more it gets deducted from your score. Okay. So the level score is the times max score minus time deduction, and then air max score, and then we had a ratio for that. That one's fine, because that one still will just go to 0. We don't have like a distinct floor for distance traveled or anything like that, so we'll have to treat them both like this, where we'll have a max score and then a multiplier that makes one slightly more valuable than the other. Which one should it be? Time or distance? I think time, because you can cover some ground pretty fast in certain situations. And sometimes the shortest route isn't necessarily the most interesting. Nah, these decisions require thought, Rook. You can flip a coin if you want to just like make a decision so you can start coding it. That's a valid call. But eventually you're going to have to evaluate it like with some consideration, see like which one is most interesting. It's like it's a game developer's job to think about these things that the player doesn't necessarily have to think about, you know. Make the calls in terms of like what they think is going to be interesting, whereas all the player has to do is go, oh, that felt good, or that's interesting, you know. So we have to fret about the boring details, whereas the player will just get to ideally enjoy them. I don't know why that sounded like a lecture or scolding. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I'm still waking up. It's not that big. It's something that's worth thinking about for like 30 seconds. Okay. So we'll do it similarly to a loft then, where we'll have a private int time max score. We'll set that to, I guess, the same. Why not? 6,666. Although, yeah, that should be fine. No, that's good info, because now I can say that's people who shit on games being armed with knowledge is fun. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like, it's the job of anyone who's making anything sort of like creative or for entertaining purposes. Like, your job is to look at it. What am I trying to say? Unlike just playing a game and enjoying it, your job is to understand and implement what you think players will enjoy, even if the player isn't even aware of why they're enjoying something. You have to have that sort of like third eye that can see a game for more than just a fun thing to consume, you know, because you're making something that's meant to be consumed, and that requires a completely different mindset. And unfortunately, that mindset is generally filled with a bunch of tedium and fretting over silly little details that you don't necessarily think about when you're just enjoying a game. You're just enjoying it. You're almost like you're a cultivator of the experience, which is a completely different mindset to have than just somebody who enjoys the experience. And that's not to say that justifies every single decision made in any sort of game, especially if it's bad. People can either not care to make those decisions or consider them, or they just make the wrong call. Like, just because something's a lot of work doesn't mean it automatically earns praise, you know? Yeah, something like that. Time max score, private int, distance max score. Let's do the the cursed numbers here. And then we'll have a time multiplier. So for every, is this every second? What is this? Oh, is this every millisecond? Hang on. Time deduction. Hang on. Get back to reality here. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, go back. Right. Let's see the time max score. Timer. All right, where do we find this thing here? Oh, okay. So the timer, I believe, is a float, and then we just round it to an integer. Okay, I see. So for every second that passes in a loft, the player loses 80 points. So I think this has to be larger for this, because a level in this game is probably going to take more than, I think most levels in a loft were like 10 to 20 seconds a piece. Fuck, let's do something crazy. 120. Bam. So if that's the case, oops, calculator, 6666 divided by 120. If it takes you more than 55 seconds to beat a level in this game, you're going to get 0 points for score, and that seems reasonable. Although it's just going to depend on how big the range is for this. Like, are the majority of people going to beat it in like 10 to 15 seconds? Or are some people going to be able to beat it in like 5 seconds and some will have to take like 30 seconds? I think that's too wide of a range here. 55 seconds seems like overkill. Let's try and make it 30 seconds. So, divided by 30. So let's say you lose 222 points for every second that passes. So if you don't beat the level in 30 seconds, which is a long time in game time, you'll get 0 points for score. I don't know about distance. This one's going to be tricky. We're going to have to tinker with this one. So for every meter that you travel in the game, you'll lose a certain amount of points. Let's just set it to like 50 for now, because I don't even know how long a meter is in this game, in the context of this game. So what we're gonna do is we're going to implement this distance traveled here and see how much distance we travel, just like playing around the game. Okay. Messages here. Steve's asking, is it pushed? Maybe not. Oh, right. Okay. So now let's just do. Hmm. Maybe I do want this thing to be. Hey, yo. Here you go. It'll be fine to just drag a score manager on each of these. Okay, so now for the train, we have the line renderer. Hey, yo, baby. There's the line renderer at this thing. Every time we... Holy shit, I had to wake up. Every time we add a position to this thing, we should get the distance between those positions, or that position and the previous one, and add it to or the incremental distance. So as long as the current position index is greater than that, we'll add one. If this dot current position index is not equal to 0, then my girl got the hiccup? What's going on? Oh, I think he does. Hang on. Okay. Is it? Get position at current position index -1 and the current position index. Oopsie. Oh wait, we gotta do. Oh Jesus. Oh, what a mess. Oh, what a mess. There's that, and then there's this one. You know what? Fuck it. Make it a little easier to read. I have to sacrifice a little bit of performance, like a completely negligible amount. Normally you want to avoid like declaring these sort of vectors a bunch because it eats up a lot of memory and has a lot of processing power, but that's only if you do it like egregiously. It's usually fine if you want to do some things like that for readability, but for larger projects, maybe you should avoid it. Okay, and then we'll just do score manager instance increment distance traveled. And that should be able to, now we'll be able to see exactly how much distance we're traveling here. Let's find out. Pew. And we fucked it. Line 108, eh? What is going on line 108? I said if the current position index is, oh, whoops, we got to do this before we increment the index here. My bad. Oh, is someone going for the lap? Where's she going? Where's she going? Hi there. Can you assume in the position? Oh, you're leaving. Okay. Have fun. Alright. So now if I go to the scorekeeper. Whoops. Now it's 107, eh? Okay, what's going on here? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Why? Oops. Oopsie doodles. One little character biffed everything. We're fine. Oh shit. Oh, managers. Hey, look at that. Okay. So we got this. That travels about 8 meters. All right. What? Okay. So maybe like 50 meters. Would be fine. I mean, we can do 100 meters and that's all right, I think. Yeah, it doesn't increment that fast. Let's do like, let's split the diff. We'll do 75 meters. So we have the distance score here. The max you can get if you beat the level by somehow traveling 0 meters is 4,444. Arbitrary asshole number. If I want that to be depleted within 75 meters, okay, we can just change it. I was close. So we'll just say that the distance multiplier is 60. So every meter that you travel will subtract 60 from this score. So you can travel a max of around 75 meters, which is a long time to get to this boy. Maybe we'll tweak that depending on how intricate the levels are that Steven's putting together. But that's what it's going to be. So you're going to be evaluated based on how fast you got to the goal, how far you traveled to get there, and how many collectibles you picked up along the way. Okay. So to get the calculated score, let's go back to this. So we'll get the time deduction. round to int. Okay, this is just gonna be. Oh, we can just count the time here, I guess. Oh, right. This is gonna have to be reset constantly. You know what I'll also do? Well, fuck it. We'll have the timer in the score manager, and then we'll just do like, actually, we can just do this. Public void increment time. Increment timer. And this will just be like this. Timer. Plus equals time dots. Did we do delta time, I believe? I guess we did fix delta time. That's fine. I don't think it'll matter that much either way, but this will at least keep the incrementing consistent between machines. The speed of it will be the same regardless of whether or not we use time or fixed delta time, but like the numerical increment will just be the same if we just use fixed delta time. Okay, so this is nice. So now I'll be able to just like, I'll basically only ever be calling increment timer when a train is there. So if I were to, in launch here, essentially, well, no, it'll start in launch. What I'll do in launch is reset all of the scores, but in fixed update, all I'll really need to do is this. Increment timer. So now we won't have to worry about incrementing, like the timer accidentally incrementing, starting or stopping it while the player is like trying to take aim. So that's good. But for launch, what we'll do is public void reset current score. And so then when a train gets launched, we'll just do score manager instance reset current score. And all this is just going to do is timer is going to be back to 0. Distance traveled is going to be back to 0. Collectibles grabbed is going to be back to 0. The only tricky thing is that we're going to need to reset the collectibles when we launch. Or I guess we can do that when the train dies. Like when it gets destroyed, then we call the reset stuff as well. Or no, we'll call the... We'll want to reset the collectibles before they shoot it again, but we won't want to like reset the score manager. Like we don't want to reset to 0 the player's current score until they shoot again, because we want them to be able to like look at it on the UI elements. So we'll figure this out later. But we'll reset the current score there. Yada, yada, yada. That's all good. All right, calculating the score. So we round to int. Where did it go? Here we go. Time deduction is going to be this timer times time multiplier. So that's how much we're taking away from it. If time deduction is less than or equal to 0. Why would it ever be that? Because the timer is only ever going to tick up.
Oh,
I heard something. It's not lunchtime yet. I don't think time deduction will ever be less than 0, right? Oh, wow. If time deduction was that you could, if you ever got like a negative time deduction, which is impossible because timer and time multiplier will only ever be positive, you could somehow get the max score for time in a loft. That's why did I put that there? Maybe it was counting in a different direction when I first made it. Okay, so time score is just going to be equal to max time score minus time deduction. Int distance deduction. Right. Hang on, let me see here. Maybe we don't need this timer thing here because we're just going to be doing time to complete here. Time to complete. We'll use these public values because we'll be using them to populate the scoreboard and the UI elements. Distance traveled times this, that, distance multiplier. And distance score. Okay, so oops, this needs to be an int. Time score plus distance. Oops. Distance score times collectibles grabbed. Bam. So that's the formula. Time plus distance times collectibles. So if you only grab 1, it won't be worth it. No, it has to start at 1, obviously, because if you grab 0, you'll get a 0 score. So what, baby? You want to be here or not here? You gotta decide. Just because I'm not following you, you can't be upset at that. It's not lunchtime yet. Go do your own thing. It'll have to be like 1 plus collectibles grabbed. Oh, have you made your decision? Yeah? Decision made. Or has it? You're still getting comfy? What's going on? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What's your plan? Decision made. Alright. Work for subs, girl. There he is. Yeah. Teacher girl. Teacher girl. Teacher girl. Okay. So there's the formula. We have a scorekeeper now. It's not connected to anything, but we have one. And it'll be kind of cool to see these numbers go up during gameplay. So that'll be neat. Cool. So actually, I can score calculator. That's another thing done. Collectibles. That'll be what we work on next. So I need to create a generic prefab. We can get rid of this magnetic object. We don't need that there. Throw that in there. Ba-da-ba-da. This thing will be pretty easy. It'll basically just be a thing with a collider. And we'll just put I think we'll just put just a sphere collider on this thing. And then we can adjust the radius for whatever Steven has in mind for the collectible. But essentially, and then maybe also we'll just give it a collectible tag. I think this will be a trigger. I think is fine. What's the train doing? On collision enter. Is the train a trigger? Train's not a trigger. Okay, cool. But I think we can probably we'll set that as the player tag. Brother, I cannot with these. Why do you keep pausing, YouTube? Maybe it's my enhancer here. Or no, it's probably what was it? Sponsor block. Let's just disable it for now. And go. Ooh, we haven't done any Persona 5 yet. Nice. Oh, Andrew's in. Cool. Looks like he doesn't have anything to talk about. That's fine. I'll just keep working. Okay, so this collectible is going to have a generic sphere collider, and then we'll just do on trigger enter if other.tag is equal to player, then we are going to how do we want to do this? I think we'll just disable it, and then we can re-enable it when the level restarts. All right, hang on. Public void disable collectible. Am I spelling collectible wrong? Nope, it's with an I. Okay. Okay. So now we'll do that. So, So we'll set it equal to false, and then we'll do score manager instance increment collectibles grabbed. Sweet. So that'll be that. Whoa. Look at the little cutie. Oh. It's doing it again, isn't it? Ah, why aren't you auto playing? Wow. People are making their own scripts to bypass the issue of YouTube playlists not auto playing. That's so annoying. That's so annoying.
Oi.
What? Oh. I thought you said oi. I thought you said boy. Like just coming in hot with your fists clenched.
Hey.
Hey there, boy.
How's it going?
I'm a man.
Going good. I have what Steven basically needs to set up some level objects. Working on collectibles right now, and I have the score calculation basically ready to go.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. So I'm counting distance traveled, how long it takes, and the collectibles and things. So one little, not really a snag. The really only complicated thing is it might potentially complicate how we display the score. But if we want to show the breakdown for like time, distance, and collectibles, the current formula is your time score plus your distance score multiplied by the number of collectibles you grabbed.
Okay.
However, it's actually going to be 1 plus the number of collectibles you grabbed, because if you grab 0 collectibles, you'll get a score of 0. If you grab 1 collectible, you'll just get the same score as your distance and time. So it's going to be 1 plus the collectibles grabbed. I don't know how we want to represent that in UI.
Well, does it need to be represented? Because that's basically just to make up for the fact that like you still get a score with or without it.
Mm-hmm. I think it should, because
is that not? Am I understanding that correctly? You're basically just saying like, if you were not to get a collectible because of the formula that you have now, it would 0 your score out. But like the player,
you could just do like a multiplier, like be like, however many collectibles is this x 2x or something. I don't know.
Like I think the player would assume that no matter what, if they reach the end, that they like get a score.
Right, but I would kind of like them to understand how they got that score or what they can do to do better, because I think we kind of dropped the ball on that a little bit with like split decision and stuff, where it's like, oh, I got a score, I don't know how to do better at it. But
I think the only things that are important is like a player will already understand the like speed. Well, are we gonna have like a timer or anything set up there?
Yeah.
If we have a timer, they'll understand time is the key that you want to do fast.
Sure.
And if you have collectibles that have multipliers, you'll understand like, oh, those are good, those are points, you know.
Right. But how do we tell them that they're multipliers? How do they know that they're multipliers?
I think you can just have like
just be like collectibles x2, and it's like, oh, I collected 2 of those, but it's also a multiplier or something.
Sure, x2, but what if it's collectibles x1?
What do you mean?
Like you've only collected one collectible, so it has no impact on the score.
Oh, is that actually the case?
It would be if it's not like 1 plus the collectibles grabbed.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Just
Oh,
be
I guess we can
you
just
grab a
display
collectible
it.
and it's always 2x, like sort of thing. Or
Sure. Oh, bye-bye. Do, 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 do.
Like the player would assume that one collectible would still give them a score, and that 0 wouldn't give them 0 score.
Right.
So like we don't need to explain something that they would already intuitively assume. I think then it makes it confusing.
Right, but so if the player collects 2 collectibles, what should it display on the on like the breakdown of their total score? So it'll display like the time score, the distance score, and then what would we display for like the number of collectibles and the impact that has on the score?
Oh, like if you're actually going to like tally everything.
Right, because I kind of want to show at least like a small little breakdown of what I'm imagining is that the score panel on the right is going to have the current time, like a clock, the score associated with that time, the current distance, the distance or the score associated with that distance, and the collectibles and things like that. And I want those to sort of be kind of like ticking up as the game is going, and then it resets whenever they shoot it again, sort of thing, for like their current score thing. I think that would be kind of neat to see. But like, how should we display the number of collectibles grabbed and what impact that has on the score?
How does the timing score work?
It works the same way it does in a loft, where like we have just a maximum amount of time. So if you were to somehow complete the game in 0 seconds, you would get 6,666 points. And for every second that you take to get to the goal, you get subtracted 222 points. And those are being calculated based on like, if you were to take longer than 30 seconds to beat a level, you would get a 0 time score, which seems like a long time for a single level. So that's kind of how I just arbitrarily decided that.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be similar to distance, where we're going to have a max value, and every meter that you travel is going to deduct X points. We don't need to like display it that specifically to them, but I think as long as we display like a time and the score associated with that time, and a distance is the score associated with that distance, that should be fine.
And is distance like time, like less distance is better?
Yes.
Okay. And then the multiplier is just taking like those scores which are ticking down and just multiplying them.
Hang on, yeah, now that I think about it, those scores would just be ticking down the whole time, so they would display like the max value of
You would start at 666 and then count down, right?
Yeah, I would probably pick, if we wanted to display it like that, I would probably pick more aesthetically pleasing round numbers to show for that. I was mostly just copy pasting some values that we used in a loft.
And are we opposed to the? I know we talked about this, but maybe I'm forgetting the reason. Opposed to having like it all being just time based, and that the collectibles are removing time that was being counted up, and it's trying to have the lowest number possible. Instead of converting time into like another number.
I think that somehow feels more convoluted to me for some reason.
Yeah.
And it also, I wanted the collectibles to be like
not like taking away
significantly more valuable. Is the thing. And the way that you can do that is by making them like multiplicative instead of just like adding more numbers to it, you know?
Oh, removing numbers.
Like a single collectible could be a game changer. To the point where like if you want to chase the high scores, you can't afford to ignore them, essentially. They're too valuable to ignore.
Well, you could still do that with time though. That's just a matter of how much.
Yeah.
I think what I'm just trying to avoid is complicated math that we have to explain to the player.
I mean,
That was the split decision thing that was confusing, because even when you show it, it's like still like confusing.
Yeah.
Like ideally, it's intuitive. It should like the score should work the way like if you play the game, like how do you think the score should work? Like what do you think would be natural?
Basically, what I have set up here feels the most natural to me. But
well, that's fine. Yeah, if that feels I'm only concerned about the like adding the 1x and stuff. Like suddenly, like there's math now that I'm trying to describe to the player. That feels unnecessary.
Right.
So if we can avoid showing a bunch of math, unless it's like very clear, like you got 5 of these things, you know, but not showing that those 5 things equal this, and then this times this equals this, you know, that seems for like a casual game like this, like I'm focused too much on a lot of numbers when all I wanted to do was like, I got there fast though, right? So I'm good.
Okay, maybe what we can do instead of a multiplier, okay, let's see here. Let me just simplify these instead of like 6666. It'll be if you complete the level somehow in 0 seconds, traveling 0 meters, i.e., you get the max score for both time and distance. The max score that you can possibly get is 10,000 points.
Okay.
So that's like the max. And if we were to set like each collectible to be worth like just 1,000 points flat, though that seems like a significant enough point value to make them like about as worth it as like a multiplier in terms of like differential between time and distance, but it's just just a flat number that's easy to understand, right? Collect this collectible, get 1,000 points. Collect 2, you get 2,000 points.
Yeah,
and you can just easily break that down. That's probably better then.
That seems good to me. Like,
okay.
The numbers are like instead of the multiplier, just like the addition of those points.
Because like the problem that I don't know necessarily it's a problem, but like the thing that we had to do with Aloft was we were evaluating a score based on how fast they did it and how much air they had left, right? And both of those values have to have some sort of floor, right? Or they have to like start from some sort of max value.
Yeah, right.
So we kind of have to just sort of arbitrarily pick those values, and how much gets depleted the more that resource gets used, based on how long we think the player will take to like what the spread is going to be of players completing the level. Maybe some will beat it in like 5 seconds. Maybe some people will take upwards of like 20 seconds to get to the end of a level. Who knows?
Yeah.
But we can't really have a leaderboard unless we equate those things to points. So that's kind of how we have to do it.
I'm fully on board with the points.
Yeah. So I don't know where I was going with that. So we can't necessarily have like a lowest score wins sort of thing without, I think, convoluting the math a little bit, or just separating leaderboards for like time and distance and stuff like that. Right.
Was it possible to get a 0 score in Aloft?
Yep. No, because, well, I think maybe. It depends on whether or not you have 0 air. No, because I think the level ends the moment you get 0 air. And you have to cross the finish line with at least some air. So if you took like 5 minutes to finish an Aloft level, yeah, you would get 0 time, but you would at least get whatever score was associated with air. But it was intentionally designed to be like you'd have to really dig around, like almost like leave your computer and come back. But you couldn't even do that because you have to have your fingers on the keys.
Yeah, it's like virtually impossible.
Virtually impossible
to get a 0 score.
Right.
Yeah, so what I would love is to not get a 0 score of this. I know this is like a math thing now and how you want to score things. But
That would be pretty difficult because you can theoretically walk away from this game and it will just auto loop.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I don't know how to make it clear to a player that it's possible to get a 0 score. Because it's a countdown thing.
Do we want to like
you would
make it
maybe
explicit?
You have a countdown clock.
Yeah, you make it explicit of
clock.
like you have 30 seconds to beat this level, and more often than not, like you're not going to need those 30 seconds. But if it does reach 30 seconds, we'll count it the same as like a death. But I guess the thing is like, if that does happen for some reason, what would be more confusing if the player got a 0 score, or if the game just like, or the level kind of reset back to the launching mode,
kills you
without them realizing it. Because another issue that we'll probably have is making sure that the player sees that they're on a timer, right? And they're probably not going to be looking at it when the clock runs out and the game just goes like and goes back to its normal mode. I almost feel like having a 0 score is better because they might still be able to get. I can up the. Well, I don't want to up the max distance score because I don't want like to have a. So right now, if you travel more than 50 meters, which I did a little test, is quite a bit of time. If I set it to like 500 meters. But like 99% of the players are in the like 10 to 30 range, then they're all gonna have very similar scores, right? Like
it's not gonna do much to the score.
Yeah, I want the spread of scores to be wider, which would equate to having a lower max score and like a harsher penalty for each meter traveled and stuff like that. So
yeah, that makes sense.
But I feel like I can change which each one is worth. So like, if the player if the timer score reaches 0, I can make the distance worth like smaller amounts of points. So like, instead of complete the game in either 30 seconds or within like 200 meters, and it'll just mean that the difference in scores for amount of meters just specifically in terms of distance is going to be smaller, but you'll have less of a chance of having a 0 score. Not a non-zero chance, but I don't know how. It just depends on how important it is that we avoid that. Like, what percentage of players would be getting a 0 score for something like this?
I just think if in a game it's possible to get 0 and you don't know that, then I think like that's kind of that's some critical missing information. Like that, especially if you can continue to play. Like, imagine like you're like having fun, you're playing this game, and then you get to the end and it's like 0. Like, oh, I didn't know that. That'd be the same as like getting killed in the middle without knowing why.
Sure. In that case, then, like, if we want it to be like based on a timer, we're just gonna have to make it clear that the player lost to a timeout. So we're gonna have to add probably at least like a pop-up or something that says like out of steam or whatever, like you ran out of time or something, so they dismiss it and then the level resets. It's gonna have to be something more than just time runs out, level restarts sort of thing, because they're not going to be looking at the UI menus while they're.
Well, you said you wanted like the score ticking on the right.
Yeah. I think it would be neat to. So that will be more so for like audiences or for like VODs and things like that. And also, I get the feeling that it'll feel subliminally satisfying to see it in like your peripheries. Like it'll just kind of be like a neat little thing, but it's not meant to be like critical information that the player is going to keep like peeking at, you know? Mm-hmm. So that was my thought there. I was like, I think it would be neat for viewers to see, and as long as it's not like ridiculously distracting to the player, I think it might be neat for it to be in their sort of peripheries. You know, it'll give it a little bit of extra juice, but it's not meant to be like critical information that they have to keep tabs on. So,
and are you opposed to having, like, if we're keeping track of either time or time score even, like maybe it's not even the time, maybe it's just the time score of like that ticking down, and like you're watching you're losing points like as you stay out there. Like, it's a thing that you can actually.
Oh, sure, yeah. So
represent.
yeah, we could do that.
Like even if it wasn't just showing like a timer, like if you just had like a time score and a distance score, and as you see it, like your both your distance and time scores are going down on the right, and then you have a multiplier thing, and it's like the first time you get a collectible, you see like a positive reaction to it, and then if you were to look at your score, you see that go up.
Could we rebrand those to be something other than like time score, distance score, and have them We'll keep track of it in code like that, but for the player, it would make more sense that those are counting down if we label them as like something remaining fuel and something else. I don't know what we would do for distance. I
don't know how big of a fan I am of seeing a score tick down though.
Me neither. So maybe what we could do is have like, we'll have time, like the actual timer and the distance stuff. Like we could have the timer counting down or up, we can decide, but the distance traveled will also be counting up. And then once the player like reaches the goal, then we display on that same UI element like the final score for time and distance, rather than having those things constantly counting down. Because I was a little iffy on that as well.
I'm trying to find like that's the least complicated. If we're trying to convert time into a score, and it's also possible to get a 0 score, then like the player needs to be somehow made more aware of that. Now the most like natural thing for me is if this is a time-based thing, like I should see a timer, and I already know that the lower the time the better, and that collectibles would take that time back. Like the score is time. But when we're converting things into numbers, I'm kind of wondering how much do you really have to explain to the player versus like they know what's good and what's bad.
What?
Like how often, and like maybe I just haven't played enough games where like it's doing all these like advanced calculations for you versus like I know I did good and I know I did bad.
Well, I don't think we really need to hang on. Let me open up a loft and see how we did it there. Because I think it was a similar thing where we just sort of displayed the time and the air left, and then just showed an associated score with that. We never really explained the math, but I'm trying to remember if we even went that far. Because that's all I really want to see is oh god, this is gonna be embarrassing if I can't do this. Okay, thank God, muscle memory.
Thank God. Imagine popping at level 1. Cringe.
Yeah, so we show the time it took to complete, the score associated with that, the air remaining, and the score associated with that. We never really showed like the math of what was used to calculate that, and I don't think we even should for. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to show that for this game either. We just need to show the time, the score, the distance, the score, and then the collectibles, the score, and then the total. So I would at least like to see like the breakdown of like, I can do better in air or time or whatever. But we don't need to show like time like 10,000 minus this. Like that's, I'm just more so explaining to you guys like this is how it's going to work on the back end. But in terms of like what I want to show the player, it's just going to be like the number we're evaluating, the score associated with that for each of those things, and then a total. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
So.
This is all good. I'm all fine with this. This is proven. We're good here.
Right. The only unresolved issue is like the fact that it is possible to get a zero score on this, which Is that? I feel like it would be
I-
really difficult to get a 0 score because if you're covered, well, no, because if you just
Well, it
leave,
feels like a very easy thing.
if you leave it right, because I'm just saying, like, if you're legitimately trying to play and you're covering a lot of distance, you'll probably coincidentally hit a collectible. But if you go AFK, you'll get a 0 score for sure.
Well, I think even if you got collectibles and then still skated around, you would still get a 0 score.
No, because I'll bottom it out at 0. Things won't go negative, and if you get a collectible, that's an automatic 1,000 points
Automatically
flat.
positive. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, that's then okay. Yeah, then literally the only way to get 0 is to
Is to
just walk
try.
away.
Yeah.
Is to walk away, and then when you eventually finish, to not actually collect anything.
What we could do also is just have, like, I don't know, 1,000 point bonus for reaching the goal.
Oh yeah.
You know, we could just do that.
Oh, I mean, actually, that's not a bad idea. Then it's like
Like the minimum score you can
it's-
get is the goal bonus.
Or
Yeah.
you can get 1,000
even if you
is
take
still
forever.
Yeah.
I kind of like that idea.
take forever and get no collectibles.
Yeah, you're just the
But you
worst
still-
player in the world.
Absolute.
But you still
garbage.
get 1,000 points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So, like that's the lowest score you could ever possibly get.
yeah. Would we want to represent that in the score breakdown as well? We probably should if we're totaling things up somehow, right?
Like a finish bonus or something.
Yeah,
That's fine. It'll just be it's a fairly static number.
yeah. As long as it does. The only problem it might cause is just cluttering up the UI, so we would just have to be
Base.
considerate
Well,
on how we show
Is
it.
if we didn't put it there, would it be enough if it just like was a little like text blip that comes up when you hit the target?
I think we'll
a
need
little
to show
sprite.
it just so that they can like see the score breakdown of just like, wait a minute, I only got like 6,000 points. Why is it saying like 7,500 on the total here? Like that might
Yeah.
be a little confusing.
Okay.
So I think
I
the
don't think
number
it's gonna
should
be a
be there
problem if-
somehow. Okay,
I don't think it's going to be a problem to fit it in there.
okay,
We got a decent amount of space.
sure, cool. Okay, well, I guess that solves that problem then. We'll have the
good.
collectibles be a flat large point value. We'll add a completion bonus to the score itself. And then time and distance, I think we'll just display like the running time and the running distance as like the, you know, seconds and meters. And then once
those are
the level
counting
is,
up.
those are counting up. And then once the level is complete, we'll display the scores associated with those in the same UI element, just like underneath them, kind of like a loft.
Yeah, okay.
So they'll be hidden while the player is playing, and then they'll display once the level's finished.
That makes sense. I'm
Okay.
cool with that.
Cool. Cool.
On the subject of collectibles, what are we collecting?
That is a great question.
Vibes.
Vibes. What do vibes look like?
Vibes. Do we
You
want like
Just
are we,
dude.
is it like a little particle thing? Is it
It is just
like
a
is
particle thing, but
It should
just be a
have
particle
something that
thing.
at least looks like you'll be able to judge whether or not you collide with it.
yeah,
Right? Like it can be particles, but it should have at least a
something
solid-ish shape.
and some kind of edge to it.
I just get a bunch of stickers that say good vibes when I type that into Google Images, so that doesn't help.
Maybe it's just a pile of cocaine.
Cocaine.
Although I should be careful because I do remember that there's that dildo museum in San Francisco called Good Vibes.
Wait, what
Cool.
the fuck?
Yeah,
I mean,
You
have,
need a
like, the
museum for
membership
dildos?
something like that. It was called Good Vibrations.
Oh,
Or you know what? I don't think it was. Maybe it was just an adult
sounds like a
store.
store.
It's a store, I think.
I don't know why they would have a
You know what?
museum for.
I swear they had
vibrators.
some sort of museum.
A museum for sex toys is actually just a used sex store.
This is true.
Right. It's like, are there like ancient sex toys that I'm looking
Wait a
at?
minute.
Like,
Wait a minute. Yeah. Oh, it's closed currently, but is it closed permanently? It's the Antique Vibrator Museum.
Antique
fuck?
vibrator museum. That's,
Yeah.
how antique we talking here?
Like I'm seeing like cranks.
Oh God.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Pretty sure you can put anything in
Question on
China.
Yelp. Are children allowed in the museum? Answer from the business manager. They are not.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and the museum is free.
Hey.
Why didn't we go to this? Yeah, it's open
How
from
did we
12:30 to
miss out on
6:30
this?
p.m.
Dude, let's go.
it doesn't have the so okay. So the thing that I was remembering was apparently just a sex shop I walked past, but there is
Oh, okay.
an antique holy shit. Yeah, let me show this this doesn't even look like a sex toy, so I think I could show it. Like, look at this.
Sure
If you see it on
fine.
stream.
Huh?
I don't know what the fuck this
What
is.
is it meant to accomplish?
It looks like it is meant to be. Oh, you know, it looks like it is. Oh, it's one of those. I think it's one of those like puncher things, but it's like
Oh my
hand cranked
goodness.
because it's called like Marco's Pulsoon blood circulator.
Ew.
And people just and it's a picture of him like using it on some lady's back.
Yeah, that's what it's.
But it's probably used for other things.
That's a
in the day.
heavy duty. It looks like a Gears of War weapon.
Yeah, it looks like something that you crank up and it slowly like winds up in the spring and then it just goes pop. You know?
I gotcha.
It's like a jigsaw trap.
Did you have an orgasm?
You're like,
She's like trying to speak through her collapsed rib cage.
I see. I've given you so much pleasure you can't speak. Yes. That's gnarly.
Yeah, Jesus.
I always love that these like medieval contraptions are always associated with some like very like pleasant 1800s type of drawing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this looks like a lovely device.
And it's literally just like a medical schematic of how to execute an amputation.
Yeah.
There's like three guys holding the dude down while his arms spread out.
He's screaming, but it's like,
No,
medicine.
they're never screaming. He's always just like placid face, like, yes, do
that's
it
true.
for my country and king.
That is true. They're illustrated in a very serene manner, even though drugs did not do anything back then.
Drugs didn't exist back then for those amputation stuff. It's like zero anesthesia. It's like, this arm's got to come off, boy.
Like they would light up some plant or something and tell you that it was gonna numb the pain or something, but
If
or you would just drink straight ether, like
you would have to like that's the only drug that they would have is alcohol. Like
chemicals.
In my book club, I had recently read a book about it was like a nonfiction book, but it was retelling of a shipwreck in like the 1700s, and it was just saying it's like, yeah, like these people were getting hit by cannon fire or whatever, and I mean, there's no anesthesia on board, so the medic kind of just had to pin him down to the table and chop that leg off. I'm like, fuck. So rough stuff out at sea.
Take my leg. See, this is why the ocean's nothing to fuck with. There's cannon fire out there.
Absolutely. You never know where it's going to come from. Probably a boat, but you never know.
Mostly
yeah, but
boats.
it could be not a boat.
Typically boats.
One of my, like, it's not a fear that actually, like, consumes me in any sort of, like, significant way, but one of my, like, what is it called? Like, unreasonable fears or whatever is dying from, like, a stray meteorite.
What?
That
really?
shit happens. Like if a meteorite, you see those impact craters that some of those little meteorites have, like the speed that they're falling. If you just happen to be at the spot where it makes impact and it goes through your skull, you're toast, and it'll just happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, but
irrational fear. That's what I'm. No, that's what I'm saying. How often? Like,
do meteorites even
billion to one, if that, maybe more.
Yeah.
But it could theoretically happen. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't like consume me. I don't think about it regularly, but sometimes it'll pop in my brain. It's like, man, what a lottery way to go. You know?
And what about all of the like stray atoms coming from the sun that are like currently going through your brain right now? And all it takes is one at the wrong just the wrong kind
configuration,
the wrong wire, and just like switch something off in your brain.
Dude. Oh man, that would be.
You just get one bit flipped in your brain and you're done.
You just blue screen. God, that would fuck up the medical field. You know, it's like, what the fuck? This dude exercises. He was an Olympic athlete. What the fuck happened?
He wasn't even doing anything.
His brain seems fine. There's no hemorrhaging. What the fuck?
His consciousness just ceased to exist.
It's just the wrong cell in the brain just got kind of just blipped.
It's like a little like a bubble wrap, just pop, and then you're gone.
Well, no, because you would see like the remains of a popped piece of bubble wrap is the thing,
Well, that's true.
right?
Yeah.
Like that's basically an aneurysm.
No, it just changes the polarity of a cell, like a single cell.
From good vibes to bad.
There's one bad vibe later. He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3.
Oh, a viewer message got through chat. They're getting tricky with it. And Gorley making fun of the message used the word viewers and got auto-modded.
That's funny. I'm just gonna have to ban him.
Sorry, Gorley.
Damn.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on. Where was the settings?
First.
Moderation, block terms and phrases. Holy shit. So the word viewers, and we bear in mind, keep in mind of how many times that we've seen the word viewers in chat that we've had to like ban and things like that. And also specifically best viewers. Best viewers. How many times do you think that those terms have been blocked in our chat?
6.
Can't be that many. Yeah, like maybe close to double digits.
For viewers, it has been blocked not 3,906 times.
Oh,
For best
three-
viewers,
how many
for
times
best
it's been
viewers.
blocked? I thought you meant how many terms we had to block.
No. For best viewers, it's been blocked 3,718 times.
I wouldn't have guessed 3,000 though. I would have guessed
Right?
like,
I'm just like, I looked at this once, I'm like, this was the
40 or
best
50?
decision I've ever made.
oh my goodness. I just don't realize how often it's happening. I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, and that's not even like, I thought, oh, maybe that's just like the number of times that word has been used in total throughout my entire history of streaming. But no, the little info icon says under occurrences, the number of times this term has successfully blocked a message in your channel.
Damn.
Shit.
Weirdly enough, cheap viewers, only 66 times.
See,
Only
they want the best. Not the
Pew
cheap one.
has been blocked once. Meow has been blocked 7 times.
Yeah.
Lovecraftian and Lovecraft 3 and 2 respectively.
That's it.
We've yet to block a meow. It's never gotten to that.
Really? Okay. Well,
It
once
did get to that, and then we blocked it.
That's probably the most targeted ban word we have.
Well, there's a reason we don't have to block it anymore.
But yeah, almost 4,000 messages for 8,000 total for viewers and best viewers. I looked at it, I was like, I should have done this years ago. And yet somehow they still sneak in every now and then.
They're getting
Fucking
good.
crazy. So we're literally just seeing like the cream of the crop of the viewer words that are getting into our chat.
Only the most
vast
creative.
majority of like the chaff is getting blocked. It's
That's
nuts.
it, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, you almost kind of think the ones that are able to get through, maybe we give them a chance. They must know what they're talking about.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
It's definitely not the result of just like a computer security arms race where security measures get put in place, so the response is that they find ways around it, and it's just a back and forth forever. It's definitely not that.
No,
They
it's
just really
actual
want us to go to their
ambition.
viewer site. Yeah,
They really believe in their product.
for sure. Okay, I think I monopolized the whatever you wanted to talk about with my stuff about the score.
No, but that's good. I also wanted to make sure that you had stuff if you needed to talk to us about something before I started.
No.
Now I
collectibles was one of them. So
Okay.
it's like what
Right,
do
and then we
want
got
to
distracted by
make? Is that
vibrators.
Is that yeah? Well, that's a
very-
We don't
crazy to do.
really have much of like a gun or bullet, I would say, motif in the art style right now. So it might not make sense for it to be a bullet. I still think it would be cool to shoot the train out of a gun. That's a neat,
My name
a
is
neat
Bullet
concept.
Train, Jared, so-
But like we're not necessarily like Enter the Gungeon here where all the enemies are bullets and all the weapons you get are
No.
guns and shit.
No,
So it might not make sense if those were bullets. I would almost read a bullet collectible as like a consumable that I can
ammo
use somehow.
or- right.
So I'm fine with it being like nebulous good vibes, like a glowing
More
little like particle
abstract.
orb. But I'm also open to considering anything else as well. I think that's a good like fallback of like nah, I can't think of anything else. Let's do this. But I'm not like it. It doesn't evoke any emotion in me, good or bad, which is why it's a good, like a safe bet to go with. But if we can happen to think of anything that gives me those good vibrations,
okay,
I'd be happy to hear it. But.
Yeah, there's obviously the more like abstracted shit. Shut up, Casca. There's the more like abstracted route.
Team vibrator.
There's an actual just make vibrators, like a little crank vibrator. Little tiny train. Are there any other various train objects that could be a potential thing? Just a piece of coal.
Yeah, because it's got to look like something that's just like generically collectible, but isn't like a resource, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's got to be something equivalent to like a Mario coin in terms of like importance of how it looks, you know?
Okay. Maybe it's a little bit more.
Bananas and monkey ball, yeah.
So bananas.
So maybe just a banana.
Or coins. Coin banana.
Coinana.
So now we're Donkey Kong country.
Oh. No, it's like you have a coin with like a hole in the middle and then there's a banana in it.
Oh, so it's like a banana inlaid coin.
A banana is inserted into the coin hole.
Right.
Coin hole.
Okay.
It's almost as if like the banana's wearing the coin as a hula hoop.
I see. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
That's actually...
Steven, can you get on that? And Steven, are you thinking 3D, 2D? I could make a 2D thing, since this is like a flat world, if we wanted to just make a 2D thing. But if you wanted to like rotate it or something, or have it bob up and down, maybe it would be better 3D. Maybe it depends on what it is.
Depends on what it is, I think.
I don't think we would make anything complicated.
You could bob up and down even if it's 2D, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to rotate unless you made like an image sequence.
And yeah, a little sprite sheet of it. Okay, I'll noodle on that. The other thing, Jared, was our little worm lord.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on direction for that?
I still haven't seen an orientation or a variant of like the train tunnel mouth that looks particularly appealing to me. like it's I like the, maybe in a different game I would like it, but it gives off like some maybe that's intentional though. It does give off some like bad vibes energy of just like this makes me uncomfortable sort of thing, you know? Like I like the design of it, but I don't know if it meshes with the
rest of this game.
Rest of it. Of the ones that you've posted there, I do like the Thomas face the most currently.
Thomas face it is.
Are you worried it's too Thomasy?
Let me look at the other Thomas faces real quick.
I just saw that you were looking through the Discord.
Dude, I can only imagine what conversations you guys were having finding these references.
Normal ones.
And I knew for a fact that the only reason that you were archiving them in the Discord was so that I would see them.
Yeah.
Hey Jared, don't go to bed yet.
Don't go to bed yet. You didn't see this.
That face swap one is diabolical.
I hate that. What about that hot one, Jared?
I mean, I already showed stream. Hear me out. I think Pomo agreed with it. So.
Is it weird that I know she's Chinese?
I just realized that her decals give her tits.
Yeah.
they literally gave her tits.
So yeah, Pomo said he didn't respond. So he did silently agree that with your take.
You didn't disagree.
Yeah, when you don't respond, like you either have to shut it. You have to shut down and hear me out. If you don't
have like a visceral response to it, you basically agree with it.
Yeah,
that's the rule.
So yeah, I think maybe Golden Thomas face would be the way to go for something like this. One, because it looks the most appealing to me.
Yeah.
And by appealing, I mean like it gives off uncomfortable bad vibes, while still feeling in universe.
Yeah.
And it also seems like this would be probably the simplest one for you to make, right, Steven? I would imagine out of all the other variants. So I think it might just be a win-win there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see little hints on the side of like other, like there's a bunch of them I tried. And they all just kind of get scary.
Yes, I see a little Jack Skellington over there, and then God forbid that one in the bottom right. That's yeah.
they got haunting really quick.
Yeah. I still love the one with the hair on the top left is my favorite, but I would.
Oh really? That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. That one is pretty good.
The like tunnel like hiding and like eating trains.
Anthropomorphized literal train tunnel in a hill.
Like I said, I think like in any other game, I would almost be down for it. It would almost like be the opposite of like, I think the Thomas face is not good enough, but those tunnel faces are really doing something for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But for some reason, those tunnel faces don't seem to fit with the vibes of this game. But I can't really articulate why.
I know what you mean. They feel too adventure action like. They feel like there's a little bit more story involved. Where here it's a little bit more feeling based, and that thing has the strongest feeling.
And also that colorized track worm just kind of looks like an infinity dildo with all the power stones.
Oh.
Thanos, why?
They pull the gauntlet out and they think it's a glove, but it's actually just a big golden dick.
It's like, where's the other fingers?
How do you snap that? Turn around.
You don't snap with it. You clap.
There's actually a crank involved.
It's spring loaded.
Half of existence is gone now. Yeah, gross. Okay. I will we're gonna go Thomas.
All right.
It's Thomas like. It's not full Thomas. It's just Thomas inspired.
Yeah.
I always love it when a temporary asset that I just pull out of my ass becomes core to the art asset.
You should have thought about this.
I regularly forget how much of an influence a stupid thing that I think is funny plays into the core experience.
Kind of on you at this point.
That is true. Well, at least I would prefer a Thomas face more so than a man wearing. Oh no! Did you get the black shape from the dartboard man as well? Like the little morph suit thing he's wearing.
Yes.
God damn it!
I actually drew a target thing too, but it looked like a severed penis. A severed penis with eyes, and like the mouth was like just the throat when you cut a head off.
Oh my God.
You can go back in the VOD. I can't emphasize enough how little time I spent picking a temporary asset. It was probably like 30 seconds. I think I literally just typed in funny target into Google and that popped up.
Well, and now it's a final art asset.
Wonderful. Great. You love to see it. Why is this Thomas character baked out of his fucking mind?
I love it.
Jesus.
Okay.
Great.
Well, so Steven, I will give you a better drawing of the face to show like the contours and stuff that we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go and work on doing the final, our actual train art for like our actual game train. And then beyond that, it's like you can look at it too, Jared. I put like a list of like the remaining art assets. And
yes, I saw that.
Things may or may not be missing, but I'll like kind of be looking at that list as I'm making stuff today.
Cool. Sounds good. I will slowly be plugging away. I'm slowly running out of gameplay tasks to do, which means I'm just gonna have to get started on the dreaded everything else. Yeah.
Oh.
Your favorite part.
Yeah.
I think.
The way that I see it is there's like 3 tiers of like the game development process of just like On the bottom tier, which still takes a lot of work, you have to make the game functional and have all the features that you want.
Yeah.
And then way up the curve is making them polished and feel good. That's still a fun part for me. But then there's like a giant gulf between that and the final product, which is like making it usable to players, right? Like making it like, I always describe it as like, it's the mom factor, where like all the work that I need to do to get it, to make this a thing that like is so simple that my mom could use it and understand it, you know? And that's all of like the UI, UX stuff, the menu navigation, displaying all of the mechanics properly, tutorializing them. Anybody who's not a developer needs to be able to like pick up this game and play it and understand it without us like backseating in the chat or something like that. And God, I always like, I've grown to appreciate with disdain more and more just how much work goes into that part. It's so annoying. So
it's easy to see like you can have like a fun game that's still unplayable just
exactly, and that's why that part is so important. Is just because like if you just don't have like something as simple as a UI element being missing could make the game unplayable depending on how important that UI element is. And it's there's just so many balls to juggle with.
And it's really easy to miss stuff.
It's
like
really easy.
It happens all the time.
So fortunately, I mean, I've gotten better at knowing what at least needs to be there, but that's a double-edged sword because I also know what needs to be there and how much work it's going to take to get all of those things in there.
Yep.
But the good news is that none of it is difficult work. It's just tedious. So there really aren't any other major roadblocks other than time for this project, I think. So
that seems to be what today is. It's just time now.
It's only time now. So, which isn't bad. We're in a good spot. The jam doesn't end until 3 p.m. tomorrow, so we can crank this shit out.
3 p.m. your time. Haha.
Pacific. Pacific.
Yeah. I was like, no, it's like 6.
Pacific.
Right?
So I imagine tonight will probably be a late night. I'll try and get as much done as possible. If not, it might even be an all-nighter. Who knows?
See.
But 4 p.m. for me is a bit too early for me to like comfortably try and get like a full night's sleep like I have been these past 2 days. So I'll probably burn the midnight oil a little bit depending on how much I get done today. But
we'll see how things go.
I'll send you maybe a list of things that we'll want to display for like the level selects, because I think those have been slightly different between like Aloft and split decision. So for each little like level card, I'll maybe send you a list of like, here's what's going to be on each level card. Here's what I want to display on each level card.
You said you wanted to like have maybe a little bit less than was in split decision, right?
I'll have to double check because I don't remember the level cards. The only thing that I do know is that we won't need that like interstitial pop up that like opens it up, shows the leaderboard, and then you click it again to actually start the level. Because we'll display all of that information on the level scene itself. So we can at least skip that step. But as far as like what we display on the level card, I don't 100% remember. There might be some things that are split decision specific. I was like, oh, we don't need that. But we'll at least want like something that's been common for both Aloft and split decision is like the level name and a picture of it and like the player's personal best score or something like that.
Okay, we still want those things. Gotcha.
Yeah, because I already have the logic for that stuff.
Okay, that's fine. The one thing you had said before was that, like, since those things would be on the game screen, that you didn't feel like you needed them there.
I think it's fine to have the personal best score, just so that like a player could maybe just like browse through level select and see what their scores are, and they don't have to go into each individual level to see those. Maybe honestly, we might even be able to. It'll be a stretch goal, but we could also maybe show like their leaderboard placement as well, just a number, you know.
Oh yeah.
So that way they can like browse through all the levels, be like, if someone's got the golden first place on every single one of them, they can browse through it and take a screenshot of that shit, which would be kind of neat. I'll tinker around with it. I'll start putting together, like I'll start importing the level select logic that we have for one of these games, and then I'll see how much work it would take to do those sorts of things. Or to add new stuff to it. Yeah, so for split decision, it looks like we have the level name, obviously just like the background image, the level name, and the an image associated with that level, and then the score. Yeah, that was
similar for Loft, right?
Yep. Let me double check. Oh shit, I just typed a Loft into Google. I don't know what I was expecting there.
Did it work?
No. Didn't even bring up the Steam game.
Oh.
They must not be doing well. So for a Loft, we have... Okay, so we display we had level name, level difficulty, which we're not going to have that, picture of the level, and then the player's username and the time it took them to complete. We didn't show the score, just like the time.
Oh, okay, I see.
So... yeah, we displayed slightly different things for each of them. And I feel like, if I'm remembering correctly, maybe what took me I forget what took me the most time to set up the split decision, but maybe it was that interstitial pop-up that displayed significantly different things on that pop-up, right? It showed like, for a Loft, it showed like score, time, air, and then like top 5 leaderboard. And split decision, it was like, number of white orbs, blue orbs, red orbs, and the score, and then the top 5. And I don't know. I forget what took me so long, but I'll let you know. I just remember being in a really bad mood when I made this level selection. I was like, I want to do literally anything else.
Happy to like just do things the same way they've been done before, so there's less like management to it.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll see how flexible I made the level select on the second time around, and see if it's something that I can easily just port over, or if it's going to be a lot of work to set it up. I'll let you know.
Okay, I'll at least plan for it to be similar before, so I'll use the same kind of template.
Yeah, you can probably start on other assets first, and then I'll
go to UI once I have this Steven's like set with the face and the train is done, so we can import that and actually have the train texture for the line render or whatever.
Mm-hmm. We are also reaching the stage of the jam where it's probably should start thinking about some names.
Oh, yeah,
because Andrew's gonna oh my god, we can either do Shinkan Bai as the motivator.
Shinkan vibes.
Whoa. I actually don't hate that. Either Shinkan Bai, or I think the random shit that I threw onto the itch page is just called Maggie Net.
Okay. Maggie Net is
Maggie Net is the I need to get rid of this name motivator. All right.
That is my incentive right there.
Although I do think the name to beat right now is Shinkan Vibes, because that I don't hate that.
Shinkan Vibes.
It might be a little bit confusing.
It's confusing. It can't stay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I feel like most people will read it and say like, Shinken Vibes. What's Shinken Vibes?
No one's gonna know what a Shinken. Most people are gonna know what a Shinkansen is.
Yeah.
Before like bullet train vibes, easy. They'll know exactly what that means.
I think we have a lot of material to like create names from. They just need to like
yes we do
come up with a few.
Yeah, this seems like a game with enough personality to where like we can come up with a name. I remember we were agonizing over split decision because the game had literally no personality to it at all.
I didn't know what to.
Yeah.
Some things.
Yep.
That was tough.
It was literally just like a fancier looking version of what I generally do to like white box. So like nothing has a face. There's no.
Yeah, it was all It was all effects. It was basically
It looked great, but as far as like aesthetic identity,
Yeah.
there
It wasn't much.
It wasn't much, which is sad.
Well, it's a shame because it actually looked pretty polished.
It looked really good. It's probably one of our best looking games, honestly, especially running in WebGL. I just wish it had more of like, I just wish it wouldn't blend in with every other game.
I know.
You know?
It was just missing a little bit of that keyboard cowboy pizzazz.
Yeah. Alrighty. Cool. Well,
back to it. I will
back to the
go
old
back.
grind.
Back to
Shut the fuck up. Let me know if you have any issues setting up those magnetic objects, Steven. I tried to make it as drag and drop as possible.
It is one thing where I think I have to have them set to the layer of magnet for it to actually work.
Fuck, I forgot about that part. Yes.
But that's fine. I figured that out.
Yes, my bad. That's I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, but I'm mostly just like making sure that my shapes and stuff work. I'm not like actually making levels right now.
Well, as long as you can easily make those objects and have them work in the game, yeah.
Yeah. And then I just want to have like the prefabs and stuff set up so then when I do go to make the levels, it's just drag and drop, just pop, pop, pop.
Perfect. Yeah. Sounds good. Alrighty. Well, back to the old grind.
She come by.
She come by.
Shut up. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break to play with my cat, feed her, and then hopefully she will calm down a little bit. Okay? I'll be back. Guess who's back? Back again. Okay. I should probably make a new pinned message. Unable to pin. What are you talking about? There we go. Okay. Let's see what we're doing next here. Right, we were working on collectibles. First, let's modify this scorekeeper, huh? And score per collectible is going to be equal to we'll make it 1,000. I think that's fine if it's the same as the goal thing. Let's do private and score for finishing level. Okay, so now this is going to be just a flat sum of time score plus distance score plus, hang on, and collectible score is equal to score per collectible times this that collectibles grabbed. Easy peasy. Oh. Score. Nope. What was this? Score for finishing level. Bam. And then we'll be able to manipulate all of these really easily. Right, in this case, then, I kind of like having these at like weird values like 6666 and 4444. Just because it makes the score numbers themselves look a little bit more interesting than just like 15,000, 16,000, 18,000, you know. Makes it look like there's a lot more minute variation, which there is. It's just, it doesn't look like it when it's just a bunch of round numbers, I think. All right, I'm feeling in an Animal Crossing mood, so we're just gonna do new Leaf OST. We'll screw this stream background playlist I have here. Do 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 do. What up, Adagon? Gonna cause some chaos? How things going? Are you making a game, Adagon? Or are you mostly just being the website czar right now, making sure everything runs smoothly? I feel like it would be hard to make a game while also having those responsibilities, especially for a first. Yeah, okay, good. Especially for like a debut jam, that seems like the right call. Ah, you don't say. Nefarious actors. That sounds weirdly unsurprising. All right. Grab collectible, and that will increment the collectibles grabs and also disable the game object. So we want, let's just put a, shit, let's just make a sphere real quick. And then we'll make this a little tinier. We'll make it like 0.2. No, that's too tiny. 0.5. That's good enough for testing. This will be a trigger. Add the collectible thing there. And I think that should be it. Working on leaderboards and achievements for the site right now for people playing to self-report completion. Oh. Interesting, interesting. All right, let's see if this thing even works. Pew. Pew. Nope, I think I missed it. Yeah, gotcha. All right, so it disabled itself and we added a collectible. Perfect. Okay, cool. So that works. And now what we're going to want to do is reset those collectibles when the players die, when the player dies, or when the train gets despawned, essentially. But we won't want to necessarily reset the collectible count until they shoot it out again. So we just want to turn them all on. In that case, then, how do we want to do this? Hey, nice. Continuously plugging away. I haven't had a lot of time to like follow the site's development, but it's been looking pretty slick every time I've tuned in. Okay. Let's see. Do we want like a collect? Maybe we'll just have a collectibles manager. Okay. How about this? We'll do managers. Score manager. And this collectible manager. Yay. This will be another singleton instance, a classic. Awake. Oh boy. Instance is equal to null. Make one. And now basically all this one is really gonna do is just reset collectibles. And then this will just, whoops. Hello, baby. An array of collectibles here. get components and children collectible. Yep. And then 4 and 5 goes 0. Oh, oh shit. Do you have your fill, baby? Is it lap time? There's nowhere else you'd rather sleep, huh? That's fine. Just know that I'm going to be farming you for views the moment you lay down. I'm going to be exploiting you for subs. And it begins. Boop. Yeah. Wonder if I can even make this better. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. We should go, girl. Um. Okay. So now for this, on destroy. We will do collectible manager, reset collectibles. Hmm. And this one, if they enter the kill zone, then we're also going to want to score manager instance reset current score. Because we don't want them to get a leaderboard score if they fly out of the ring and die. Okay. Then we'll just add the collectible in here. And let's see what happens. Let's move this collectible somewhere where it's easier for us to grab. We'll just move it here. Yes, cat. Bloop. Oh, come on. I thought we were for sure going to grab that. Oh, shit. Train line 147, collectible manager. Oh, shit. I didn't put this on there. There we go. Face me. I actually think, oh, look at you. Look at you. Yeah. Let's add a little text here. Oops. And then if we die, it did not come back. All right, I need to collectible manager, get components and children, even the disabled ones. So that resets there. And then that also does as well. Okay. Sweet. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Let's add some more collectibles here. Let's throw one over here. And then we'll throw one over here. Oh, whoa. One over here. And then we'll throw one over here. There we go. All right, let's see if we can get all 4 of these. Pew. Wait. Ah, shit. Pew. Wait. All right. Got that there. Wait. Oh, shit. Damn it. All right, let's try this. And then here. And then here. And then here. Ah. Well, hey, they're resetting properly, which is good. I'm going to try and get all 4 of them, though. Yeah. And now when I die, they all come back. Sweet. Looking good. Okay, sweet. So now that's done, I guess. Let me cut these out for now. I'll just put them like out here first. And then we want to make the collectible manager here. Okay. And then we also want a collectible prefab here. So we'll throw that in there as well. We'll get rid of these. Maybe we'll just do this. No overrides. Oh, there's overrides for the collectible manager, that's for sure. Okay. And then let's just make managers. We'll put the score manager and the collectible manager in there. Drag that into prefabs. Okay. Mhm. Just got jump scared with a bunch of Thomas faces. All right, collectibles are sadly done, which means only the tedious stuff remains. Andrew's gonna be waiting on me for like level select stuff, so maybe I should do that one first. It kind of makes sense for me to go with leaderboard next, but I think I'll do level select next because I need to get a good sense of how long that's gonna take. That's probably what I should prioritize here. All right, here we go. Create scene. Level select. Let's see what we did for split decision. Do I even have that one around? Split decision was LD55. Do I have that one still on my hard drive? 56? Nope. All right. Time to download it. I'm sorry, can I? There we go. Let's just download that zip. How big was it, I wonder? Probably at least a gig or so, right? It's estimated. Oh, it's 113. Nope. 150-ish megs? It's figuring it out. 177 megs. Not bad. All right, let's open this thing up. And project from disk. LDJam 55 master. Where did it go? I saw something change here. There it is. Thank God I still have the Unity version of it. Whew. I think it's the same one, actually. Yep. We'll just wait on that. Okay, so the big things, the only other like major things that I'm gonna need to implement in this game before MVP is gonna be the level selects and the leaderboard. Oh, I guess we still don't have hang on. Detect when player enters the finish goal. We don't even have that yet. The player can't even like collide with the finish line to complete the level. So maybe that'll be what I work on next after level select stuff for Andrew. Yeah, other than that, like leaderboard, level select stuff. And then the rest is going to be kind of just like, and I guess some navigation buttons to go to like next level and things like that. But as far as like major features go, that's basically it. And the rest is kind of just going to be polished to make the experience a lot smoother for people. Like main menu, obviously incorporating the assets and stuff, but I don't consider those features. That's more of just like a thing that we have to, it's not like new code. It's replacing the shitty things that I have with actual good art. But I view that differently in terms of work, because it's more of just a just do it sort of thing rather than a figure out how to do it. Still opening, eh? I wonder if it'll be easy enough to like export a package. I'm really gonna have to browse through this a little bit. Ah, thank you for the follow, Heisenberns. How are you doing this fine Sunday? Are you also a down to jammer, or did you just stumble your way around here? Either way, happy to have you. Good man. Sorry, my game dev journey just stumbled my. Hey, nice. Congratulations on starting your journey. It's it can be a bit of an uphill battle, but once you get to the groove, it's I haven't found any other kind of work that I find more satisfying than this. So I've stuck with it for quite a while. I started making games around, I want to say officially 2013. And that was mostly hobbyist stuff. I worked at a mobile game studio for about 4 years, 2016 to 2020. And then I moved out to Utah to get a formal education on game development as well as business because I plan to start my own independent studio in the near future. And that's where I kind of am now. Well, I'm done with school and I'm still making some games associated with the university. But most of my game development these days is still in the hobbyist capacity. All right, this is still down to jam stuff. Where are you starting your game dev journey? Have you picked an engine? Are you building your own engine? What do you how's that been going for you? All right, let's see here. Level select. Okay. Right, we had a cursor. Wait, why did we have a cursor canvas? That's weird. We could have just had a custom cursor instead. Unity 2D for now, hoping to work my way up to you know what? That's a great place to start. I would always recommend that new people start with a 2D game. So many people want to jump right into 3D, and it's not just like adding an extra dimension to the game does so much more than just like it increases the complexity of a game like exponentially, like enormously. Because if you think about like how many points are on like a 2D grid versus how many points are on a 3D grid, it's like not even comparable. Well, it is comparable, but like it's hard to comprehend just how much more there is to keep track of with a 3D game. I've been a software engineer about 10 years, always wanted to make games. Okay, you're well positioned then. I would say Unity is a great place to start. It's a much more, I think, engineer-centric game engine compared to Unreal, which still has its merits. You can still do some awesome things with it, and I might be biased because I started in Unity as well. But it seems to me, in my experience, the people who prefer Unreal tend to be the more artistically inclined, people who are more interested in making high-fidelity models and VFX and things like that. But Unity, I think, is much more comfortable for me as somebody who's also sort of engineer-brained. As someone who works in 2D game as a job, 3D is so much easier. It's not even close. I disagree, man. I so disagree. There's so many things that like you have to consider with 3D. You can make a lot of really jank 3D games pretty easily, but both of them require like a lot of detail-oriented changing and things like that. I would say I would much rather wrestle with like UI scaling issues and things like that than have to figure out what's going wrong with like my 3D camera or something, you know? Dude, layers, masks, those are like, they're annoying and they can overlap each other a bunch, but like they're very easily understandable and quantifiable, I would say. Draw distance, 3D math, level of detail, culling, viewport stuff, projection transforms, like all of these things that you have to deal with for a 3D game. I think that dwarfs stuff like layering issues and stuff. I think what you're dealing with, Pomo, is just a mature project. A project that's existed for a long time. And you're going to find issues with like the small little ways that it was set up, regardless of whether it was 2D or 3D. I think for someone who's just learning how to do game development stuff, having one less dimension to think about does wonders. Like I just created Flappy Bird clone yesterday and I started to understand how in-depth game dev is from scratch. Yeah. It's the way that I describe it is that the longer I've developed games, the less I've sort of like lost my kind of gamer mentality, or like I call it just my love for games. Like I can't play a game and just enjoy it like I could in like high school or something like that. However, because I'm constantly thinking about how this game was made, and even sometimes the shittiest games have so much like blood, sweat, and tears poured into it that it's, even though I'm having a bad time, it's hard for me to ignore that aspect of it. It doesn't redeem the game, but it's just like I see that and I can't help but notice it. So I love games less, but I appreciate them a lot more because I'm seeing those things of like, oh shit, how did they do that? It's like, man, this must have taken so long, or like, oh, this is a really smooth like UI. It's like, it totally makes sense. This is a cool way to organize this stuff. Like those are the things that I'm thinking about more so when I'm playing games now. And so my enjoyment of them, the reasons why I enjoy playing them, has changed significantly ever since I started playing them. But I see you, Pomo. There's probably some things that are easier to do in 3D, but there, I think, are an equal number of things that are easier to do in 2D, and it's kind of just a trade-off. You really just have to decide. You either have to work with those limitations, or you have to decide early on to be like, which drawbacks will be less detrimental to the game if it was in 2D or 3D. Because I would imagine your 2D game would have a lot of other different issues if it were done in 3D. So like your layering stuff might be fixed, but then who knows what else might break if it were in 3D. Okay, let's look at this fucking level select. Wait, why is it blank? Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong level select. Okay, so we have this level select manager here. What is this doing? From my experience, it's very hard to do 3D things in 2D, but 2D things in 3D isn't bad. Doesn't go much of the way around. I mean, I'm not sure if I understand you correctly, but I generally start all of my projects in Unity as a 3D project. I've never actually messed around with Unity's 2D components at all. So if you're saying like using like a Unity 2D project system compared to a Unity 3D project system, then maybe I agree with you there. I haven't had much of, I've made plenty of 2D games. I haven't had much of a reason to make a Unity 2D project compared to a 3D project, because you can just use sprite renderers, you can make the camera orthographic, bam, you got a 2D game, but you still have access to all of Unity's 3D APIs and capabilities and things like that. And I think their 3D projects are a lot better supported compared to 2D. Yeah, every single one of my games, Pomo, has been in Unity 3D as well. So you got like Serial Dater, Knitworth, all of these games with a static camera. I mean, Pop Shove-It is obviously 3D. Aloft, this was a Unity 3D game. Basically, the only 3D element in here is this balloon, and you can't even tell because the camera is orthographic and it doesn't really have that much depth. You can very easily make Dude Ranch. There's another one. All sprites, but still done with like a Unity 3D project. It feels like if I were to try to use a Unity 2D project, I would have to relearn a lot of things from scratch. So if that's what you're saying, gotcha. I understand. If you find yourself using the 2D pipeline render and 2D physics of any kind, okay, I think I can agree with that. I can't speak from experience, but I personally I tend to avoid trying to make a Unity 2D project file system and all that stuff. I understand that. I think a good first game for me would probably be a simple 2-level platformer. It would allow me to transition from main menu to first to second level end game. Yep, the level transition stuff is pretty important, and you will learn a bunch just by trying to make a 2D platform like character controller. I kind of dropped off on doing that recently because my Sundays have gotten busy, but normally every Sunday I've been trying to recreate the Celeste character controller. And there are a lot of things that you have to think about with regards to like physics and managing jumps and deciding when the character is able to jump. I didn't even get into stuff like moving platforms or anything like that, but there's so many things that you'll be exposed to as a new game developer if you try and make a 2D platformer. It seems like a lot of work, and then you realize that it's actually way more work than you thought it even was. But that's a good thing because it'll be touching a lot of different aspects of game development, and you'll learn a bunch just by doing it. Okay, let's look at this level manager that we have in a previous project here. So we got the level card prefab. Level parent summary object. Oh, we don't need the summary object. And then a bunch of audio stuff that we won't need because I have a manager for that now. Set up list. Wait, level list. What's level list here? Setup levels. Okay. Get the level, get current level. Okay, this seems important. Yeah. Load levels into scene. So we'll create these level cards. And then instead of like the level summary objects, we're just going to go right into the level. Okay. That seems fine. It seems like these are going to be the two things that we want. Let me check the prefabs here. Because I don't think level card. Okay, we did have a level card script. And this is just going to, all right, so set up level card and we just send it like the level info. This is another thing that we'll need. It's just going to be a scriptable object with the scene name, level name. We won't need difficulty, image file name, time limit, all that fun stuff. Okay. Okay. So these 4, is that what we need? I think so. Let's just do a quick search for level in our old project here. Okay. Level card, level lists, timers, summary, select. Okay. This seems fine. All right, so I think the big thing is going to be duplicating these code files is going to be easy, but replicating the prefabs are going to be tough. I don't know if we'll be able to just like wholesale export them into a package and bring them in. Let's see. I unfortunately did not make this very portable. So hopefully I can do that for this one. So it's basically this little scroll view here that has the content and a grid layout group. Okay, cool. Okay. Level summary pop-up, we don't need that. Okay, this might not be as bad as I thought. Man, I didn't even use... Wait, what is this? I did scale with screen size, but for 800 by 600? You monster. What the fuck? Okay. And then we have a level parent. What's the level parent here? Oh, that's where we're going to be putting all of them. Okay. Okay, and then the level card had a button and then these 4 things on it. All right, that's not bad. All right, I think we can do this. Just close out of this. We have level select here. Let's just try and replicate the scene here. Let's get rid of the skybox, do a solid color. Make it nice brownish, or that's fine. First of all, canvas. Not constant pixel size, screen size. Ah. Okie dokes. And then now we will have a scroll view. Scroll view. That scroll view is going to... I think we just got rid of the horizontal and vertical. I think I kind of like the Aloft way of doing this where we had like vertical scrolling levels instead of horizontally scrolling ones. So we're going to get rid of the horizontal scroll bar here. Scroll bar vertical. All right, they just got rid of this and more of the images. The handle. Yeah. Okay, and then I think they also got rid of the image for the panel itself. This. Boink. Nope, not that one. Are That's not doing anything. This one. There we go. Okie dokes. I like the jam vibe so far. Kind of felt like I'm from Third Blue Sky. Hey, nice. Yeah. It's been some nice jam vibes. A lot of fun participation from people. All right, and we're basically going to want to make this scroll view like this big. Or something like this. Actually, we'll make we'll put this on there just for now. So we can populate it with some stuff. And then in this content thing here, we just want a grid layout group. That should be fine. And then it wants the cell size to be 216 by 310. I think that's the size of the level card. Yeah, 216 by 310. Okay, cool. Okay. Scroll bars on this. Okay. So there's that. And then we'll basically also want to, hang on. Level, select, canvas. Let's make this all prefabifiable so that I'll be able to just like port it in the future. So we got that, and now I want to make... We got there. Now I want to make a prefab for the card. Drag that into prefabs and let's just start. Oh, come on. Why does it not like say that it's a canvas prefab when I do it like this? Man, okay. Level card, get rid of it. Yes. I don't know, man. Just add an image or something. There. Now you know for a fact it's a UI prefab, right? Yes, you do. Okay. So let's see here. We'll just do the same 216, 310 sort of vibe for this thing. Okay. So the level card. Pre-made level score chasing on this one. There's definitely going to be score chasing for sure. Each level is going to have its own high score. That's for true. And the levels will be pre-made. Steve will be working on it. It's basically going to be similar in style to a loft, as far as like pre-made levels and high scores go. A loft split decision. Yeah. It'll be like that. All right, so we want. Oh, right. So we don't want it to be an image. We just want a button. Like that. Let's get rid of this image thing here. We have a button. Let's just do like 200 by 290. How about that? All right. And within this button is going to be Buenos Nachos yourself, Diesel. Welcome back to stream. Enjoy farming those J-Coons. Level name. And then we'll also want, how about leaderboard placement. And then best score. So we'll move this level name up to this. I'm just setting up the skeleton right now, just so that Andrew knows what we're able to put into this thing. Let me just make it clear that these are variables. Boink. And then we'll add an image here. We'll do 1920, 1080, and then we will scale this thing down. So it'll at least keep the same aspect ratio. Wait, actually, I know exactly which one to... It didn't push the game manager prefab, I don't think. Oh my god, did it not push? Get push origin master. I only see score manager prefab and a non-prefab of the collectible manager. Ah, shit. Sweet. Let's have this go again. Let's bring out Bliss. No, 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 no. Okie dokes. All right, so we'll have the level name, leaderboard placement, best score. What else would we want? Oh, at a ramen restaurant right now. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, sorry, I got a bit of a late start today. How did these ones look? Let's see. What other stuff did we have on there that we might want? We don't need difficulty levels. This is all fine. He does have the level names as images for a loft. But for split decision, I think we did them as text. Yeah. Got like the level name, the level index, I guess. And then like the score. Okay. All right, so not much else. Okie dokes. Alrighty. It seems like we have the prefabs now ready to go. And we got the button. It's going to do a specific thing. Level card, select level. Okay, so now we just need to make the scripts for it, I guess. Because it really was just those two prefabs, was the level select, the scroll view, and the level card itself. So let's open up the Visual Studio here for this. Level select manager, level list. What calls setup list here? Okay. Oh, the level select manager does. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I don't mind this one at all. Well, okay, first of all, let's make the level scriptable object, hey? Let's just nuke all of that. Okay, so I don't think we need level index for anything. Did it use it for anything? Get current level, level index +1. Okay, I guess we do need it. Level index, scene name, level name. We don't need difficulty. We don't need a time limit. Where the hell was that? Next level name. Do we use that anywhere? Oh, we do for when we hit like next level or something. Oh no, we don't. That's nowhere in here. Alright, cool. Nuke that. Okay, so that's there. Next up, we want, I guess, level list, our static class that keeps track of all of these. Let's just do a nice old copy paste. Okay. Current level index, all levels. Set up the list. Get a level. We can get the current level. We can set the level index. All right. This all seems generic enough. 6 references to this, but I don't use it anywhere. What are you talking about? Oh, it references itself. Right. Okay. And then maybe we'll set up level card next. How's my baby looking? Oh, she's looking so cute. Look at her little toe beans. I need to move the text for optimal toe beanage. There she is. Yay. Whew, I lurk. How's it going, Grim? You don't have to answer because I know you're working, but good to see you. I hear you are composing for 4 different games. Godspeed to you. Okay. Level card. Playtest build? Is everyone playtesting a game but me? No, this is just something that we've started doing since Sandwich because we actually got a lot of great feedback from people in chat when we were doing it. It was kind of just like an accidental thing that happened during Sandwich, and now it's something that I kind of just enjoy doing because sometimes it's easier to just let people fiddle around with it than to explain it every single time somebody shows up in chat. Good luck, Grim. Godspeed. All right, we're just going to copy paste this and we're going to get rid of a bunch of unneeded things. So we don't need level index text. That's nothing. We will need, though, hang on. Let's change this to leaderboard position text. And let's also privatize all these with an asterisk or an underscore because I'm autistic. In fact, nope, these are all fine. Okay. So, and associated level. So that'll also help me to just like go through this real quick. Setup level card. So the associated level is going to be the selected level. Level name. Text. Player score. Text. Okay. If the setup level index is less than 10. Oh, okay. We don't need this level index stuff. Level image. So we'll set the sprite to, okay, we need to add a resources folder. Resources, create folder, level images. Okay. And then we have level stats, setup level. Wait, what the hell is this? Player prefs get strings, setup level scene. Wait, what level stats are you talking about? Huh? Oh, are we saving level stats? Interesting. I don't think we need to do that. We're just like saving them in player pref so we can load them. I think we can just maybe make a call to the leaderboard to grab that. Oh, wait, what level stats are we? Oh, if it's like beaten or unbeaten, whether or not it has something in there. I see. Right, because we don't really have like an unlocking sort of thing there, but we can do this a different way. Try to grab players leaderboard stats here. If nothing exists, then mark the level as unbeaten. So this is a little rough because it's gonna add a dependency to the leaderboard. But that'll be fine for now. Okay. Oh, she's doing her little twitchies. Oh, she is conked out. She is full pancake right now. Yeah, right. Okay, so for select level, oh, we're using audio channel settings. Yay! We have the audio manager set up here. Awesome. And then we don't have the level select manager yet, but we're going to get there. That's the next thing we'll be putting in. Cool. This one's a nice, easy breezy 84 lines. All right, so we have the level card prefab, the level parents, level summary objects. We don't need this anymore. We're not using that. All music. We don't need this. I don't even think we need music settings for this. Well, we might still if we're playing the background music. We'll keep that there for now. Yeah, because I think we had a selection of different like pre-made songs that we would randomly grab. Don't need play random song. I don't think the level select manager even should be fucking around with audio at all. So actually, let's just get rid of this. We'll figure out a different way a cleaner way to play music from this thing. We'll get rid of this. Set up list. Okay. Load levels into scene. So we'll create a level card, instantiating it, setting it to the level parents, and then setting up the level card. That seems good. Select level is what's going to happen. Hang on. Level card, select level. Okay. Level summary object, set up level summary, and then set the active. Sweet. We don't need this. Awesome. Simple enough. Now let's set these up on the prefab. Okay. What a twitchy little girl. You see her little twitchies? Zonked. She is so zonked. Alright. Let's see if she passes the true zonked test. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. You go back to sleep. If she's completely out of it, then I can just squeeze her little paws and she doesn't even notice. How are you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am going to have to get up soon to pee though, so maybe that's for the best. Okay. Let's go to the level card. And I believe level card. All right, so we just add this level card script here. Leaderboard position text, bonk. Level name, bonk. Level image, bonk. Player score text, bonk. And then we'll get the audio clip later. The button. Add this. Level card, select level. Boink. Just implemented 3D in a 2D game. I basically wanted to create a mechanic that pushes the enemy up toward the camera when the player bops them in the head. Ooh. Fancy, fancy. That sounds interesting. So it falls off the plane. So like a bit of a... So it falls off like the plane of like where they can stand? Or are you talking more like a Smash Bros effect where like you hit the enemy and then they fly towards the screen and like splat on it? Ah, I see. So they fall off the thing. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so we got the level card stuff, and now on the level select canvas. Where is the level select manager? Oh, it's on its own thing. Okay. We'll just put it here. Level select manager will have the level card prefab. And then the transform. Wait, why is this? Let's pull this up. I believe is the content, right? Yes. Okay. So here, content, bam. Okay. And then nothing on the scroll view, nothing on the viewport. We got the grid layout group already. Although I should probably 216 by 310. Also, this content here. Aha. All right. And if I were to just like pop, 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 pop. Do, 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 do. Do we have any padding on this? Da, 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 da. I think we can change the spacing here a little bit, eh? We could honestly make these bigger too, I feel like. We might not even need a scroll view depending on how many levels that we want. Although maybe we'll want some like left and right padding. Yeah, we could probably just make these bigger. What if I were to do like 500? No, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. That seems all right. Okie dokes. And then nothing on the scroll bar that we need. Sliding area handle. We're not doing a level summary, thank goodness. I think the level summary was where most of my time went last time. It was so annoying. Okay, level card, and we got the level card set up. So I think everything's good now. We'll just get rid of these since we know they'll populate. We'll probably want to modify the size of them and stuff. Had to update all my colliders to 3D. Yeah, I would generally stick with like 3D things. If anything says like rigid body 2D or box collider 2D, I generally tend to avoid those and just go with 3D because I honestly don't know how the 2D elements work. And it seems to me, it doesn't seem like they have additional functionality for 2D. It just seems like it takes away functionality from 3D, but you can very easily make 3D colliders work in a 2D game. That's generally what I use anyway. So yeah, just a little bit of advice there, I guess. Anything that you want to do, to my knowledge, anything that you would like to do in 2D on a Unity project, you can accomplish using like 3D components. You don't necessarily need to use their specifically made for 2D components to do that. Okay. I guess that's everything. So now we just need to make like level images, and then what else did we have in our resources folder? surely we had, no, that's a scenes folder. Resources, level images, we have a levels folder. Okay. Folder, levels. Okay, and then this is where we make all of our level metadata stuff. So let's actually do that. Nine, 10, 11, 12. We'll just make 12 for now. I don't even think Steven's gonna make 12 levels, but I'll have these up for him so that he can populate them however he wants. Five. Level 06. Level 07. Level 08. Okay, and then put that into level images here. Scene name, level name, that's all good. Do. Actually, let's put these in here real quick. These will all just go to Jared's scene. I believe that's what it's called. Yeah. And then this will just be like placeholder name. Sweet. Test the build on itch. The idea is really original. Love it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's still really rough. There's no goal yet, but it is fun to play around with. It's got some nice. It's a fun little fidget right now, which is nice to see. And that's always a promising place to start when it comes to a game. What happens if I just click this? Placeholder name, lead replacement best score, any 16:9 image. Hey, it populates them all. Look at that. Oh, it should not work horizontally. Let's fix that. Scroll view. No horizontal scrolling. Let's just hit that override. Yes. And then the level select isn't going anywhere right now. But that's fine, because all we'll need to do is open up level. Do I have my scene manager here? In my little pre-code? Scene loading. Whoa. Okay, cool. All right, so it is populating with level cards. That's neat. Oh yeah, I could have just used Sonic as an example. Like when you wait too long, Sonic gets pissed off and jumps off the screen. Oh, that's right. He does do that. I've only ever seen him just like tap his foot and like lay down. Boink, 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 burp, 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 burp. All right, cool. Let's push that up. Level, select, skeleton. Okay. I think it's about lunchtime for me. Or it's a good time for lunch because I also have to poo. It looks like I have everything I need from Split Decision. I think I can close that out now. This is also Split Decision, right? No, this is down to jam stuff. All right, let me just close the other one. Close. And we're good. Can I post a link? Yeah, absolutely. As long as it's not a shady bit.ly link, I'll generally click it. Oh, yeah, let me see this. Which one was... Oh, Sonic CD. Okay, yeah. I'm out of here. Zit? Does it kill him? Oh my god, it kills him. That's hilarious. That's really funny, actually. So what they probably did as well, like if they're not doing anything in 3D, what you can do is like you can change the layer that these sprites sort of render. So you can see like these trees here are rendering ahead of the background here, and Sonic is in front of like these trees and stuff. Like these all have their own separate layers. So what they could probably do is like when he jumps. Hang on. So when he jumps, they probably make sure that his layer is set to draw on top of the ground here. And then they probably just disable his collider. So the collider that's keeping him grounded on the ground here, they just turn it off, change his layer, and now he can just fall under the ground. But because his layer is set to like the foreground, it looks like he's kind of like jumping off screen in 3D. But his Z position towards the camera probably doesn't even change at all. They probably just set his layer, disable his collider, and then he just falls to his death. So there's a bunch of different ways that you can do stuff like this. That's a really clever thing, though. That's cool. Smart. Yeah, more often than not, there are better ways to do things in game development, or like smarter ways to do things, and then the only difference between you doing that and not doing that is just knowledge, knowing that even exists, right? I think you should probably just focus on accomplishing it any way that you want to, because that way you're at least doing stuff in game development, and the more that you do stuff in game development, the more that you'll just sort of pick up on. So the next time you want to do something like this, you might know a better way to do it by that point. But I think a big part of the hobby of game development is building up that knowledge base, so that you'll learn how to do things faster, more efficiently, and blah, blah, blah. But in order to build that knowledge base, you have to try and make it yourself, make mistakes, and then you will eventually just naturally pick up those sorts of techniques and things like that. It's just all about sort of building up your brain to think about games as like a collection of their separate sort of components. So that's what I mean when I see things in games now. It's hard for me to just see a game. I'm always kind of just like looking at all of the different moving parts, what it takes to make something like this, how they did that, especially with their limited technology with the Sonic CD back in the day. It's a blessing and a curse, because now it's very rare for me to just like look at a game as a fun thing to play. I'm constantly like dissecting it and trying to figure out how they made it, which is kind of like explaining a joke. It takes the fun out of it, but it's still always fascinating for me to think about. Anywho, I pushed my level design or my level select stuff. I will probably go on a break to eat some dinner and go to the bathroom. Yeah, right. So Casca Cam is probably going to go away for a bit, but I will be back fully energized and ready to work on the next thing, which I think is leaderboard stuff. So once I get all that leaderboard stuff working, then I can also populate the other aspects of these level cards, which will be like leaderboard placement, your best score, and all that fun stuff. So that'll be what we're doing next. We might be delving into some network code. Leaderboard stuff day 2. This is technically day 3, boy. Day 1 was Friday, day 2 Saturday. We're day 3, baby. And when I say leaderboard stuff, it's mostly just going to be porting what I have for split decision and a lot of stuff. I even have in my Ludum Pre code all the stuff that I need for leaderboards, the network requests, the server secrets, the prefabs, all that stuff. Maybe I might need to steal some things from Sandwich, but all I need to do is just set up the databases on the back ends and change a couple of directives for where my leaderboard stuff is going to be pointing to. It's hopefully going to be pretty plug and play, and then we'll see how it goes. But until all that, though, you can see a pro and he's even eating on a jet. Dude, if I don't eat and I don't sleep, I won't finish. That's the thing. It's like I'm like a sim, and once my bar gets like completely depleted, I'll be like non-functional. It's not that I'm flexing. Oh, that's funny. It's not that I'm flexing. It's a necessity for me to get across the finish line. I used to be able to pull like for like a 48-hour jam, just sleep for maybe about 6 hours total and still get across the finish line. Not anymore. Those days are long behind me. And then when I would sleep, it would just be on like a university campus building floor somewhere. Maybe if I was lucky, I would have a pillow. Otherwise, it was my backpack. I can't believe I used to do that. Anywho, my camera's off. I'm going to go get some food. I'll be back. Plinko time, baby. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'll give myself 30 minutes. But I might be back sooner, might be back later. Who knows? BRB. Oh dear. Isn't that just like me to get raided while I'm away? Thank you, Dungeon Lounge, if you're still around. And thank you, Grim, for the recommendation. Hello, y'all. Boink. That's enough Plinko for you, Rook. I had to go clean up. Oh, that's totally fine. I am very familiar with the raid and run, for sure. Let's wrap this. It's not your Plinko anymore. And I'm also going to be resetting the leaderboards once I start delving into creating them for this game, because it is technically Sunday. That should be reset. All right. Ooh, look at that. Train incoming. Choo choo indeed. Do. Okay. That should all be fine. All right. Next up, setting up that leaderboard skeleton. Train could be my new Plinko. Yeah, there you go. Play around with it. They still got some. It's still pretty janky. It doesn't have any art assets yet, but it's still fun to Tony Hawk around that little preset world we got. Okay. leaderboard stuff. I think most of this is going to be done in the backends. So let's connect to my AWS instance here. Yeah, we're gonna need to basically copy this. And that's about it, actually. I think I need to do that in my actual SSH din, though. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now, if I were to refresh this, we should have some new. We'll just disconnect and reconnect. We should have some new folders here. D2 Jam. There it is. Leaderboard. Get cabbage leaderboard. Okay, so now we just want to change this. So let me real quick open up my credentials. Okay. I don't think we need to do anything for the actual leaderboard one. No. Okay, cool. Close that. Hey-ya. Get rid of this, this, this. Here we are. So we just change this to D2 Jam DB. And then that should be all we need. Entry table name. Yep, that's all fine. And then we also got to do the same for this one. D2 Jam DB. And then this one. D2 Jam DB. Pretty sure all this is fine. Update leaderboard entry, get leaderboard entry, get top leaderboard entries. Perfect. So we got all of those set up on the back end. Now I just need to set up the the databases. And I always forget how to do these. Well, first of all, let's show databases. Use LD Jam 56, I think? No, 55 for a split decision. Okay, so we have a table for each of these. Describe level 0, 0. We have just a username and a value. Okay, cool. Table. Right, it's just gonna be that. So we can do something like create table level 0, 0. Yeah. Username, username, and what is the retro 25? Okay. Value. I think that's gonna be an int, right? Yeah. Int. And then we can do, I believe it's like, oh, shit, how do I do primary keys again? It's in the same sort of, oh, it's in the same, okay, cool. So I can just do primary key username. I believe this will just work if I put this in. Yeah. Error. Oh, whoops, because of, my bad. Create, all right. I think it's just create DB, right? No, it's create database. Okay. Database D2 jam. Use D2 jam. Now we can do this. Okay, and now we should be able to do this with as many as we want. So I'll make like 10 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do one more for good measure just to match the 12 or the 12 levels that we have in the game right now. So we'll just yoink this, copy, paste, go. Show tables. There they are. All right, so theoretically this is all set up now. We'll keep that there, just in case we need to do any changes. Okay, and let me see if I need to make any changes to the leaderboard stuff. Pre-code, leaderboards. Maybe these? Yes, we need to change these. D2 jam. And you, D2 jam. D2 jam. Okay. These leaderboard things don't need that. Network request we already did. Okay. I think that's all we need to change. So now, let me just push that real quick. Changing DB or levels. All right, so now I think what we're gonna want to do is actually collide with the goal here. We need to give it a collider. Do. Advance. Launch field. Target. There's our boy. Or at least that's the image for it. Maybe we can make this have the collider on it. Whoa. No, not that. Never mind. Sphere collider. There we go. It will be a trigger. And we'll have the goal tag. Goal. So for this, we'll basically just need like a non-trigger enter if the other is the player. Then we end the level, or we'll just call a function called private complete level. So here we're going to unhide time and distance scores, which reminds me we got to go to the score manager here. Let's just do like gets total, calculate score. All right, now that those are all separated, we can use them to populate whatever labels that we want in the UI, and then we can, for this, just return this, that get time score, plus this, that get distance score, plus this, that get collectible score. We can get rid of that. Okay. So is this where we want to do that, the goal, or maybe we can just have an event that plays for this, right? So how do we do that again? I always forget the syntax for this. Okay. Get void complete level public complete level on level completed. Is that right? There we go. So in this, we can just do if this dot on level completed is not equal to null, and we fire it off. So that's really the only thing that this does, is it triggers that. I guess it can destroy this. Yes. Hang on. I'll do this here instead. So when it gets destroyed, we disable controls. We enable launch view, or we enable launch control stuff and recycle echoes. Let's make sure that still works. I'm hoping on destroy doesn't happen after the object is destroyed, and it's just the last thing that will happen before it gets destroyed itself. Okay. Yep. So I think we can definitely confirm it if we just get that and then go boink, and then it comes back. Cool. Awesome. So now in goal, we can just do this. Just do destroy other game objects. And then we'll just punch out on level completed there, so anything can subscribe to that. So the UI can update itself, the leaderboard can update itself, and it all doesn't have to be done in this goal class here. So the only thing that the goal class is responsible for is detecting when the player collides with it, and then just telling the rest of the game that the level was completed. So in that case, then we are going to hide our debug canvas. Zip. And we are going to create a new canvas. Not a scroll bar, no. UI canvas. Game canvas. Screen space overlay, scale with screen size. Let's make sure we're using 16:9 instead of a hard resolution, just so we know that things are scaling properly. So I'll just add a couple of labels here right now. So what we need in terms of UI here is timer, distance traveled, time bonus, completion bonus. Again. Who needs that? Not me. That's too much. That's too busy looking. Okay, so we have the game canvas, right? We need to lay out all of this stuff. Distance traveled. Point value. Okay, and then Jesus. Yay. Masking around the game window. Maybe this would be better to make in paint instead of going back and forth. Oh boy. Maybe, hang on. Hmm. Would it be easier just to talk about it?
I suppose.
Yes. Okay, so I think it's fine, but it does seem a bit aimed at score chasers.
Sure.
It's not like average players are going to be that much into the details.
Right.
So we're making that feature for like 1% of players.
I'm fine with making that feature like making features specifically for score chasers, as long as it doesn't detract
anything.
from the casual
From
players.
the casual players. So I think, so what I was gonna say, like,
So
is
go ahead.
I think it just needs a good layout to it.
Yes.
It really needs good hierarchy.
Yeah,
Like,
I just made this picture just to make it easier. It would be faster for me to show it than describe it. But you can lay it out however you want.
Right.
So in my mind, or at least my initial instinct, is that everyone would find these stats interesting. The casual players might be like, "Oh, that's neat. Like that's as interesting as they would find it." Whereas score chasers would find it really valuable. So it seems like it could be like an overall net positive. Again, as long as it doesn't like,
I don't see it hurting anything.
as long as it doesn't hurt any sort of readability or we have to make any sort of sacrifices to make it. This is just like an idea that I had as I'm trying to populate all of the UI values right now.
Yeah. It's only possibly gonna hurt if it's laid out wrong, and if like if you don't know which numbers are important. You're like, there's like gonna be 10 numbers on here.
Yeah.
And they all say score and stuff. So
well,
I think it's gonna be just like a layout thing.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna real quick edit this just so you can maybe like use it for your layout stuff, because there's only one thing that I missed, and we're going to want to. Hang on. I'll just do this here. Red. Wait. Let me just. Okay. And I'll just. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Beach.
I'm literally just throwing this in wherever it'll fit, just so you know that this is information that we want to capture.
Additional information.
Yeah. So think of this less as like a layout suggestion and more of just like a list of everything that we would want to contain in this menu.
Yeah. No,
The only thing that I added was a leaderboard position is also going to appear in the highest score stuff. So I would say anything below, like, so for the highest score section, you have like the time, distance, collectibles. Consider those as like optional. I think it would be cool to have those there, but what we definitely want is the score breakdown up top, and then like a high score that at the very least just shows the leaderboard position and the score that they got for that leaderboard position.
Okay.
So like this is probably, I think, all of the information that we would want to display in that menu, which is why I think maybe that menu is going to be a little bit longer than the leaderboard, depending on how you want to
be a little taller. But I would also probably make some things small and others. I would put like a big difference between like the highest score, like total score, and the times and distance beneath. Like there would be a very distinct difference between them.
Yeah, I'll leave you to figure out what works what looks best, because my UI instincts aren't great in that regard. But yeah, you could just use that as just like a list of here's all the values we could potentially show. Well, here's all the values that we want to show, and we could potentially show those last three as well.
Yeah. Okay. And this one isn't. There's no like scrolling or anything over here. This is all.
This is just a static.
You get an image where the numbers and everything goes. Okay.
And if you want, you can even like separate these two things.
Yeah.
I know we were kind of worried about that looking weird with like the train and stuff wandering around it, but I feel like if both of these menus are big enough on their own, that might not be as big of an issue. Maybe, I don't know. I can let you.
I'm not too worried. Like if they feel like contained, and if they're not if it's easy to read. That's my
Or-
only concern is if they get too crunched together. But I think it's
Yes.
gonna be okay.
Or if you want, you can put like the highest score stuff like directly underneath like the leaderboard or something where it might be more
That
relevant.
could live on the left side.
I don't know where it would be more useful to have it if players would want. It'd probably be easier to, if we added like the specific stats like time, distance, and collectibles, it would probably be better to be grouped with the latest score so that they could more easily do it
Yeah.
side by side. But if it's just the score and the leaderboard position, that might be fine to just put underneath the leaderboard so that like when they look at the leaderboard, they can immediately see their position without having to scroll through it.
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
But
just some ideas,
I agree
and then I'll just.
I agree if we include those extra details. I'll just put it all over on like there's the U relevant stuff and the global stuff on the left side.
Yeah. So.
And the global stuff, it's going to be identical to Sandwich, right? Like there's just a certain amount of information on the little bar.
So
card.
for a leaderboard entry, we will have a placement number, a name, and a score. That's it.
Okay.
So yeah,
And
I think that's all we show
not-
for Sandwich.
I think that was
We don't need exact breakdowns for everyone's scores on that. We'll technically be tracking if we're showing the high score breakdowns for every other person, we'll technically have that data, but we don't necessarily need to display it in the core leaderboard.
Mhm.
That would definitely
be
be a
much.
thing that only score chasers are interested in and would hurt the readability of the leaderboard. So I'm fine with not including that in the leaderboard.
Okay. And it's no issue to change the proportions because I know before you gave me like a size of the leaderboard window, and I worked off of that.
It should be no issue as long as I have the dimensions for both the leaderboard background and the size of the background that you're using for the entries for each like individual name entry, like that background.
Yeah.
In sandwich terms, like the little sandwich piece. If I know the dimensions of that thing, I just need to plug those in so that they organize properly in like the layout group.
Okay, so it's an easy thing. If I just give you new frames with like dimensions, you just type in the dimensions.
I just type in the
updates
dimensions and it'll
everything.
do it automatically. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
From what you can see in that image that I shared, like, are you okay with the kind of space we have for like information on the left and right? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little confused as to what you were talking to Steven about with like the mask and things.
Oh, since we have the target and like your what's aiming, you and I were talking about like the gun barrel thing, like aiming into the level, and then if it didn't have like a mask off, it would have some like pretty long reach out there. Like it might feel kind of cluttered or like a bit like clunky to just have a lot of excess geometry.
Sure.
So it was, if you see in that image, there's like a sort of green circle.
Yep.
You think of this in layers. There's like a top layer closest to your view. And that's got like a little circle cut out of it. And underneath that is where the gameplay kind of takes place.
Okay.
Think of it actually as like 3 levels. Like there's the closest one to you, which is what that green like line is showing. And then underneath that is where like things come in from outside, but you don't have to worry about them looking longer in some places because they're moving like in a radius around the center.
Okay.
And then in the deepest level, there's another cutout, and then that's where the actual game takes place.
I see. Okay. So, okay, I think I was just a little bit thrown off by the gun on the right. It's like, is that where the gun's going to be when it shoots? But that's like post-shoot, it's no longer relevant, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, that will completely get occluded by the menu on the right, but that won't matter after the shot. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, depending on like the gun living there was to like fill space because we didn't have anything before. So if we have stuff around, it's probably not even necessary.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's looking all fine to me.
Okay.
You know what's annoying is like, open link. They changed the way that images open in Discord, and it annoys me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. It's actually probably a better feature because now I can like click and zoom in on images in Discord without having to open it in a new tab. But my muscle memory is fucking me.
Opening links.
Yeah, because normally I just like
old Jared new tricks.
Yeah, I'll just open the image and then I right click. I guess I can still do that.
It all works.
All I'm saying is it's different and it's annoying to get used to, but it's better.
They're right. I'm upset about it.
Yeah. So,
do y'all like the having like aesthetically train tracks around the edge where like you're rotating your view, or I can do a version without it as well?
I'd like to see a version without it, especially if we're going to be drawing if we still plan on drawing train tracks on the map, then it might get a bit too crisscrossy. Also, just like a quick note about the train tracks on the map. I think a good way to describe it would be like, I would want them to be about as obtrusive visually as like a set of footprints, you know, where it's kind of like mostly like transparent, but you can still like see that they're there, sort of thing. Yeah, I wouldn't want them to be as like as hard as these railroads are, because that'll get really cluttered real fast.
If I just export in the texture that it's just like, maybe it's just black, but like 30-40% black, like will it export that texture translucent?
Steven, can we on Unity's side change the transparency on the texture for them? Yeah, so I guess you can probably just give us like a full solid. Yeah, you can just give us a solid, and probably we can adjust it accordingly.
Yeah, we can adjust the fade of it.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be
because then that should be easy, right? Like we just change whatever percent we think looks best.
Yeah, so I think as long as you keep the texture itself relatively like low on detail or simple.
I might even just do like dash marks, and not like basically like railroad without the slats and not the rails.
Railroad, but without the ruh.
I'd be curious to see both, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's easy to like import and try, then I think we could try both of them out. You could just swap the texture to see.
Yeah. I'm looking at the image that you just sent.
Oh yeah.
For the tracks, I think.
It looks.
Tracks add more interest to the.
It adds more interest. It does look weird without some sort of like hard edge around it,
like defined
border. I still can't say for sure. I do kind of like the railroads, and I'd be fine if we use them. If we wanted to experiment with maybe like a simpler hard barrier just to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
It'd be neat to see that, but I wouldn't mind using the railroad tracks at all. It definitely looks better than the blank one. Also, with the blank one without the railroad tracks there, I'm getting like Looney Tunes vibes of like the opening circle.
I think I don't know if we brought this up with you, but I showed a little while ago. There's like a red and a blue version of this. Like as a visual cue, could we change the color of a background or change like whatever is being visualized here to show like which polarity you are?
We could. I'm just trying to we probably shouldn't though. Imagine somebody constantly switching like red and blue polarities, and it's just constantly flashing red and blue, like the ultimate seizure inducer.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean I could set up a way for it to like fade from like in to out. So it's not like just like cutting from.
Yeah,
I can make a shader.
I think it would be cool.
Better, but
I think it would be cool to experiment with. But for something to change such a drastic color that takes up so much of like the screen space, it might be kind of distracting.
Might be too much.
I'm all for adding like different visual indicators for polarity switching. I think that's neat. I'm not 100% sure what the ramifications of that one would be though.
Maybe it's just instead of being like so much of the screen, maybe it's just the border around that game circle is like red to blue, just a little less.
Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah,
because other than that, I don't think we had a plan for like how we just.
Steven has a plan for like the borders around the objects. They'll be emitting their colors, and then the arrows that are going in or out of them will change as polarity sort of changes.
Oh,
so like you'll have arrows like pushing out versus pulling in.
There'll also be a color thing on the train itself.
Oh yeah, right.
I see what the arrow thing looks like.
Yeah, well, it's not actually arrows right now, but I can add arrows. It's that wave thing that you saw before.
Oh, okay, and then that has directionality.
And that has directionality to it, but I can literally just add arrows to that.
Well, I would say we don't need arrows.
I would say it's just waves in a direction.
Okay, as long as there's like some sort of visual direction for it, that's cool.
Yeah, there's a direction to it.
And then as far as like the train goes, in terms of like visual indicator for polarity, Is your plan, Steven, to have it only show on the head, or is it going to be like the whole train that has some sort of visual indicator?
Probably the head,
Okay.
just like a
Just
circular
curious.
radial thing coming out of it.
Yeah, just curious.
Similar to the islands.
Sounds good.
It's probably fine.
And then maybe change the color of the smoke coming out of it or something, but that would just be extra.
Just like in Back to the Future.
Oh, put in the third log.
I did put. I've been trying to test out the half and half semicircle map.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Not
And
amazing.
Okay, what happens?
I'll show you
Okay.
what's going on.
I'm very interested to see what's happening.
Also, the rotation of the train head is a little fucked up in some places.
Okay.
Like it doesn't completely follow the exact position that you would expect it to.
Hey, I can hear music you're listening to.
Oh,
hell
let me
yeah.
turn that off.
Of
then.
course, your audio works. Mine doesn't.
Well, you need to share the whole screen,
That's what I
not
was doing.
the app.
He wasn't doing that.
He was not doing that. Alright, so
What's
we
going
got our
on?
little a half pipe thing, and then okay, that goes in, but you get stuck really easy. Okay, well that doesn't really happen very often, but it's hard to you can't like just like move forward. I mean, you can still do this thing where you.
I see. Can we just like open that gap a bit?
Though if I open it up more, then it just if you shoot down the center, you just have no.
No magnetism. Okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to play with the values quite a bit.
Can we maybe like make it a funnel that opens up into the goal? So like the wide part is where the goal is.
Probably do that.
But you only have like one place to shoot, and you're like guaranteed to like hit one of the magnet things.
Score.
Well, then I guess the other thing is we make this a funnel. I just go to the side.
Then it has a very
fuck yeah.
Yeah, it has to be symmetrical.
Right. What if we just open it up in the middle, like make it almost like a diamond shape?
I could make it like two
that
crescent.
Shouldn't happen.
Two crescent.
That's weird.
I love how the train like drifts.
The train is like grinding against things, and then it just turns.
Yeah.
The train head.
And it can like easily
hilarious.
just get like stuck on shit too, and.
I think we should
look a little jank on the corners.
I think we should definitely still just use a sphere collider for that. Are we not?
But I literally just replaced the sprite that was in here.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll figure something out for that then.
So it was less noticeable on the circular one because you're not actually paying attention to what direction the face is.
Yeah.
Maybe so now that there's like directionality to it, now we could also redesign the train head to be more.
I would redesign the train
square or circular.
Yeah, I would have it basically
then it doesn't matter as much.
I would design it so that the train head is actually just like a cap for whatever is behind it. So it all looks like it's extending.
Yeah, that might be better. Just literally make the arrow piece as a square, and I could just put that at the front of this.
Yeah,
and that would probably be fine.
Would be better.
We'll also want to. It looks
even
like
still, if it's pointing forward, it's still gonna do.
I think getting rid of
but it'll be less noticeable probably.
I make it more just like a gold sphere at the front of it or something. I don't know. We'll have to play with it.
Whoa.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's.
And we're still gonna have to play around with like. I literally until I started showing you guys, I did not get any like collision issues where it was like flying out. But that's probably because I was scaling things and moving them around, so that might have been.
Yeah, we're gonna want to make sure to kill them like around the border there.
Right. So you have your kill planes here.
Yeah, I tried to make like a circle.
I mean, I can just like put more into like circular to like fill in the corners.
I guess that would be.
How close do you want to get to it though? And should it like snap the thing off?
You shouldn't be able to ride the edge. Like
you shouldn't be able to ride the edge, obviously. Yeah.
I was trying. I'll try. So my initial idea was to make
I can make a custom shape that's just the shape of the circle, and then it has like a square out. It's just like a big hole. It's just a square with a hole in it.
Okay.
And then it just fits the size of this. That would be easier, probably.
Yeah, that would probably be best. My the thing I initially attempted was I just made a sphere collider that took up the whole arena, And then I tried to do like an on-trigger exit event so that when you left that collider, it would kill it. But when you spawn something completely inside the collider, that exit trigger doesn't happen.
Oh.
So it didn't quite work, which is why I just did the quick and dirty boxes just for testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a custom shape for that.
That'd be great.
It'll just be a mesh collider.
I wonder if that would work because mesh colliders get weird when you have a convex shape. Right, like when you have something with a hole in it.
True. I'll make 4 corners of a square with a little
or just make one corner, and then
one corner,
just copy paste it.
But at least like inner like curves and arcs and stuff will work.
Yeah.
As long as I don't check the convex box.
Yeah, I made that mistake when I was first testing the crescent moons. I'm like, uh-oh.
And then it's just like
I'm getting sandwich popsicle vibes here.
Yeah, that was the issue with the popsicle. I kept turning that on.
I kept confusing,
you turn it on and then
my
I'm like, oh, I guess I have to turn this on to see it. So just forgetting that I'm stupid. And it's just doing it flush with the actual model.
Yeah.
Technically, like you want to turn convex on if you're trying to reduce the amount of just like geometry in the scene. But for things that
we aren't making a AAA game here.
Nah,
it's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam. So, yeah, there's some jankiness to the train a little bit, but
Yeah, train's a little janky. I need to think about how to fix that. There's some things that I can maybe improve. Maybe it's just like the scale of it, and then like the texture right now.
So its current facing direction is the way that I determine its facing direction is whatever its current velocity direction is. So when it's like sliding across that thing, its velocity is technically like
into the shape,
upwards and going into the shape.
It's trying to like dig into there.
Yeah, you just didn't really notice that with the Thomas the Tank Head.
Right.
And it does look like if you shoot it directly center, you can just like get away
with this current one. That's just why I moved them closer.
I wonder if we can just be a little cheeky and increase the magnet radius for this one level.
Just for this level. I mean, if you make that changeable on a per level basis, we could do that.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, that's something that we can always do later on, I assume. Easily.
Dunk.
Or maybe like the magnetic force or something. Because one thing that we
Force 10.
One thing that we can do that I originally like put into the that force isn't going to do anything if the radius if it yeah.
All right, get out here. Height.
Force
is way too high.
Yeah. I think maybe if we did like no, we can't do a diamond pattern because then you would be able to get into hit the goal without changing polarity.
What if it's 2 crescents?
I could do 2 crescents where like you gotta enter from a small hole, but then
ooh, that could be good if you just flipped these two things, like rotated them both 180 degrees, so that the buoys are kissing each other.
Oh, you want to make a little butt?
Yeah.
Oh, like a butt.
Yeah, like that.
Like one of those.
Okay.
All right. Well, this is gonna be like not exactly like centered or anything like that, but I don't care. We're gonna just.
I mean, it'll probably have the same. The distance between them seems the same, so we probably have to like squeeze them in a little more.
Squeeze those cheeks.
They're just the 2 cheeks are gonna come right up onto that little thing. It's gonna make a little butthole.
Perfect.
This is called the butthole level.
AKA level 1.
Hit that and just go up.
Yeah, as long as like you have to engage with both the magnetic pole and a polarity change at the same time, then it'll be the perfect sort of like the tutorial level. This seems to work.
This seems all right.
Yeah, we might just need to change the shapes so that look like they fit in here. But that's
no, I would just make new shapes.
But yeah, this seems like the better way to go, where it's like it's symmetrical. You have to engage with the magnet mechanic and the polarized change mechanic.
Yeah. It also, I think long flat surfaces are not great for this. At least if you're going back and forth between them.
Yeah.
So it would only
yeah.
be a problem for this level, and I only have like one like pill-shaped thing, so it at least has curves on the edge that you're not like bouncing back and forth. I just got to avoid that in the other levels.
Okay.
Because that's where you like start going backwards and shit on yourself.
Oh, I see.
It gets like a little bit because it doesn't know what to do with your direction because it's just straight up and down.
Yeah.
Like
Sure.
But,
Is it possible to see? Is it possible to see what the train looks like with the trail render that we nixed?
Like the train track render thing. Gotcha.
Like where you had it to where they were actually individual objects that like didn't bend.
did we ever have that?
Weren't there two options for this, and we chose the one that?
No.
Well, so this one is on. I need to put.
There's one where it was going to emit from the head that we didn't want to do.
Right. Yeah. So the non-trail run, like the line renderer one. That's not to say that they never bended though. They still bent.
Yeah, but it's just like they're stationary.
Yeah.
See?
Okay. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. So that I think is definitely better suited for like train tracks.
That's why
train
I
track.
started. I made just like a super shitty train track thing, just really quick.
Oh, I see.
And I was gonna have it come behind and then maybe make the trail smaller for the actual train. But it's also the trail is, since it's time, it's like so it's dependent on the speed is how long it is. So it gets longer or shorter depending on how fast you're going. And if you get stuck, then you lose cars.
Interesting.
So, not exactly sure what to do about that, but yeah, this is like obviously it would be a different size. It would change the width and all that, but that would be the train track sort of laying it down, and it doesn't matter that it's better that it's not moving. But I would essentially just have both of them on, and then just make sure that the this one is like behind everything. But yeah.
Okie doke.
Is it quick to make the these smaller in the line render right now, or the trail render?
I can make them smaller in here, but then all of the actual like functionality of it would still be at the normal size, like the radius and stuff, unless we wanted to shrink all that. So I could just shrink this object down, but otherwise it would just be small things, but with the same radius as if it was
the same like distance between each other. Is that what you mean?
No, I just mean like you want the train overall to be smaller. Right?
If just everything was smaller, yeah.
Yeah, I mean I can do that. That's easily, but
you'll probably.
We would need to do something else with how it's set up. I think so. I could like make this tiny. Let me turn this shit off, and then I don't know. I'd have to play around with this.
What is this circle?
This is the
Ooh.
So this needs to be lower, something ish like that. Sure. And then in the texture, I think I can change the tiling if I need to, but let me see if that even works.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So yeah, if we like make the width of this smaller, then they feel like ultra long, I can still like.
Okay.
Kind of
cool.
Yeah,
so, I see.
This is a little bit smaller, but I mean, oh, that's a lot smaller. Yeah. But yeah, like all of the actual interaction with it would be the same.
Yeah, because it's raycasting a specific.
It's raycasting from that object
It's not dependent
itself.
on scale. Yeah, it's just it's raycasting.
Well, part of it was me thinking like also like at a smaller scale, like just visually some things would be less unpleasant.
Yeah.
Like I think I think this is probably too small, but I would go smaller than we had it before. It's just things that I'm thinking about to like improve it.
Sure.
But yeah, I think we have to lose the train engine head. I don't think that's gonna work.
I just need to make
at least it'll just need to be more
I'm just gonna
make.
I'll probably just cut this off.
I might just make just a little bullet head.
That might be fine. Yeah, I think it's just too long for
Too
the
damn
way
hype.
we're
It's
doing
long. It needs to be more square or circular.
it. Yeah. Clearly, the front of the trail of the actual trail doesn't go depending on the velocity. It's just where it's moving, so it looks correct most of the time.
What was that?
The trail doesn't.
Oh,
We don't have to worry about the direction of that because it's not velocity. It's just the direction of where this thing
wherever
is moving,
wherever
and
it's
it'll always
moving.
be like perpendicular to that. So
Okay.
or parallel
Sweet.
to that, whatever.
I think it really gets blocked up.
Yeah. It's also like the trail.
Well,
lasts
you're
for
moving
5
it in
seconds,
3D
so-
space, aren't you?
I was just moving it in one.
Oh, okay.
It's smoother if it's
Can
not
you rotate the
me
camera?
moving it.
Okay,
So
yeah,
it's
that
still
was all in the
billboards
same
and
plane.
stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Just curious.
Ah!
Woo.
Whoa!
It's like a tape measure.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll play around with the size and stuff of it. So
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also
we just need a
wondering.
new-
Just throw this out here, and it can be killed right away. If I give you like a black and white version of the train cars, is it possible
Yep.
to randomize the color of the texture?
Randomize how? Like
Like,
you want it
just
to
pick
look
a-
like an RGB computer kind of thing, or?
No, like each car coming out would be like a different color, like a train.
Oh, I don't
So
think
I
so.
can like
Oh, you can have a gradient, I guess.
I can have a gradient where it's like the middle of it, or like it's like the whole path of it is what that would be. So like the front would
Yeah. Okay.
be yeah. Since it's tiling this thing, they're not
It's always
individual
gonna be the
pieces.
same sprite.
There'd be no way to individually color.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. I wasn't even sure if I liked the look of it anyways.
Yeah, unless we like found the exact perfect amount of gradients to add
Yeah.
to this thing to be
And
like,
then
Alright.
never want to change it.
and then never change it. So it's just like, okay, cool.
No,
And that would be assuming that it's always going the same speed as well. Which
Yeah.
It's not.
Yep.
So
No.
No.
Okay. Well, Steven, I'll start by giving you just like a different little nub for that
Okay.
thing. Should I give it the same texture size?
as long as it's in a square, I don't care how much it fits in there because I can always just resize it.
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know if you're. Can I see the sprite in the project folder, Steven? Just like click on the sprite. That one. Yeah. So if you want that pixels per unit, if you just change, if he gives, so that 1024 by 1024, if you change that pixels per unit to 1024, then the sprite will be the correct like size for like if it were scale 1. So you don't have to like change it to like 5% anymore, which I see in that scale there. You can change it to 1 and it'll be like like the size of a Unity primitive cube.
I see what you're saying.
Like, yeah, you can keep it uniform now instead of like miniaturizing
Like
the high res sprites and shit. So
Neato.
just a little pro tip that I think I learned during Rover Under. I think I had to deal with those in
God
Rover Under.
bless.
Yeah. You learn at least one new thing a jam.
That's good. I'd hate to not learn anything in a jam.
God, imagine.
Someone at work
Imagine
was
vibe
like,
code in your whole jam.
Vibe.
I'm gonna
Oh my
vibe art the rest of this.
I gotta run some errands, so I'm just gonna vibe art the rest.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Someone at work was like, your programmer friend that like builds the games, like he just like does stuff that he's already doing every day, right? Like that's how he's able to do it. I'm like, he wishes.
I do
No,
wish. I do wish.
We ask for things that he's never done.
Yeah.
Demand it.
Like he
No,
wouldn't like try to
Jared,
like
can
learn
you-
something or
well,
do something new.
He also makes his own bed as well. Like
Sometimes that is true.
Everyone's here to blame.
That's true. That's
Sometimes
true.
it's his own damn fault most of the time, honestly.
When I say I wish, it's more like I do wish that I was doing game jam like stuff on my
Yeah,
everyday to shot. It'd be a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
But no. I mean, I do reuse some things like setting up the level select and the leaderboard stuff is kind of a breeze now, but it's not
things
like
things that aren't creative work.
right, just the tedious setup stuff. But no, basically every jam, and those are the parts of coding that I get the most excited about, is when there's something I haven't done before. It's like, ooh, let's make magnets,
Yeah,
That's what gets me excited, not making sure
Think
all of the
about-
values on a UI menu are populating properly.
Mm,
It's,
That's not the thing you like.
no.
fun.
To spend 10 hours on.
The thing I would find fun about that process is finding a way to generalize it so I could just like literally port it to a new project without having to change anything. That's interesting to me because it means I'll never have to do it again.
I'll work all day to not have to work the next day.
Yeah. So cool.
Good.
Cool.
Any other thoughts, Steven, on like how to improve the train from like messing with it?
I think for the most part, it's just we take what we can get from it. Honestly, it's what
I can
the stuff we have, other
see
than the head
if
of
I
it,
can
think it's-
change. I can see if I can change like its pointing direction when it's hitting like a wall and stuff. It might require some like extra logic and could be super simple, or it could be a rabbit hole. So I can take a peek when I get the chance.
I think making the head of it smaller will just make it less noticeable, anyways.
Mhm.
So you're not having this big like thing, long dick pointing out and rotating around.
It is such
Just
a
multi-track drift.
It's very
dildo
phallic.
of a
It's a fucking archaic dildo with an arrow. On the
yeah,
end of it.
it's like an Art Deco dildo,
Yeah.
steampunk dildo. I mean, it's a painful one. I don't know.
Yeah.
How
And then I don't know. Aside from that, I don't know if adding more separation between the cars would look better. It's probably gonna be just kind of whatever.
I was kind of wondering that too, like because of the way they're bending around. I didn't know if like more distance between them would look better or not.
Yeah. So I mean, we could play around with that maybe. But other than that, I just with the way we're trying to do it, I think it's just gotta kind of just work with what we got, sort of deal.
Okay. Well, I will give you a new
Head.
new head.
Yeah, give that boy some head.
Good
that boy-
head.
give that boy some head, and I'll just give you another train car with more gap, and we'll see if we like that too. Just
Okay.
stuff like that.
Sweet.
Give it another go.
Another go.
Really, give it a go.
Cool.
Yes.
All right, well, I'll get back to it. I'll just start making sure I'm populating all of the values that I showed in that score thing, and then I'll let you decide whether or not we want to show like the breakdowns of people's high scores and stuff like that, or their
Okay.
highest scores at least.
Yeah. Once
We'll want the
I'll
breakdown for the latest score, but the highest score I'll let you decide. We'll just at the very least want their position and their total score.
Yeah, I'll do like a little test layout. I need to get like a game screen UI layout going. I think it'll be easier just to try some stuff and then show you.
Okay. Cool.
So that's next.
Giggity.
Giggity. Back to it.
There currently isn't any actually hitting the target functionality, correct?
I just put it in, but correct. Yes.
Okay.
I'm using that logic to test that I will properly be able to show those UI elements values and stuff. But until now, I just realized, I was like, oh, we haven't had a reason to have that yet. But no, there's
He's just
nothing
a man
yet.
over there.
It's
Yeah,
just
okay,
he's just some guy.
That's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. And I mean, whenever you update it, it's all prefab stuff, so it'll just
Yes.
update. Not
Yep.
too worried.
Although,
I ain't touching those.
okay, you ain't touching those.
I haven't touched them yet, at least.
So
So,
it's the launch field that I'm messing around with right now.
launch field. Yeah,
So-
I haven't done anything inside launch field, and
Cool.
I haven't even done anything with the collectibles or anything like that yet. But I
Awesome.
have.
Yeah, I
seen
don't have.
that
I'm
they are
not touching
functional
the collectibles.
for the
Yeah,
most
and they
part.
reset in it for the most part. Was there an issue with them?
No,
Oh, okay.
not as far as I know. I
So,
wasn't really,
so
I
they're
didn't test
functional
those
so
out as
far,
much.
is what you mean?
From what I could tell. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me know if you have any issues with them.
I will. At least I put a collectible in, and then I collected it, and it counted. Was as far as
Yep.
I got with the QA process.
But then if you die, it'll also reset. So you can put as many collectibles as you want in there, and it'll keep track of them and then reset them all when the player dies or hits the goal.
Right. Or hits the goal.
Once I push that functionality for
Once
you.
you push that,
Yeah.
that's fine. That wasn't something I was super worried about, but I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't getting
it was
randomly forgotten somehow.
It was one of those things where, like, as I was going to bed, I'm just like, all right, we'll do the leaderboard, we'll do the level select. No, I think as I was sitting down today, I was like, all right, here's the plant. Oh shit, you can't complete a level yet. It just popped into my head. It wasn't a difficult thing to do. And it's like, oh wow, we really overlooked that.
Yeah.
So.
And then, yeah, I guess my other thing is like, what do we want to do with the kill plane? So you touch the kill plane, currently you just like get blipped out of existence.
Yes.
Is there like a cleaner way that we could do this? I wonder.
The easy thing.
Train.
I don't know how to blow up. We could blow up the front of it, but the trail is the part that I don't know what to do.
Yeah. What can the trail like? How is the trail being created? Can we?
I mean, we could like fade it out or something.
What if we so we kill the train head and have like a little explosion particle effect, and that explosion particle effect keeps going off while the rest of the trail like runs into it, and then once the trail hits 0.
Well, currently it
just it kills the whole object. But what we can do is like
if we just have it just stop, and then the trail will just like finish.
Yeah, I can have it stop, and then once that if I can detect like the size of that trail once it hits 0, then I can destroy it. We could do something like that maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I think that.
If we can do that, that would look good.
Sure. Yeah.
And then I'll probably just in general just reduce the amount of time the trail's up, so it's not 5 whole seconds.
Yeah, so we're not just like you die and it's like.
Yeah.
Because I guess technically the same thing is going to happen when you hit the goal as well. Is like the train just blips out. So
yeah.
We might want something for a while.
I'll play around with the time of that, but it's definitely something that I don't use all the time for actual like trails and stuff. Like, oh, I can put it behind like this thing and it's flying around and it's fine. But having it be part of like a functioning thing that needs to be displayed is not something I do all the time. So
exactly, yeah, that's fine.
We'll get there.
Yep. That'll be in the miscellaneous polish. Right now, I'll just try to make sure that everything is functional, and then stuff like that. And what was another thing I had on my list? Yeah, like the railroad track thing, tracking like a specific number of them and starting to fade them out.
Yeah, because I still have the line renderer in here that could just have the tracks on it, but then how do you want to keep those around is something that you would think about.
I would just have to like detach the line renderer and add it to a different parent object somewhere else.
Yeah, just rip it out.
Yeah. It would take a little bit of extra coding. It wouldn't be difficult, but it would just be, extra work that I'll have to save for when I have time.
Yeah. Cool.
New head just dropped.
Let me try that one out there. See, I'm gonna shorten this train car too.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I'm just gonna put it directly into the game files.
Hell yeah.
Do it.
Do not be afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, okay. Now I'm getting a sense of what your game is, Pomo. Interesting. See, you are generating the tracks. I thought I was expecting them to get generated in like real times, which is why I was confused. But now I'm seeing like the multiple attempts and things. Now it's making more sense. Ooh, and you're even generating the tunnels when you hit them? That's interesting. Okay, this looks like a pretty neat game. Pomo. Do you have?
Because usually that doesn't happen from you.
Do you have like a? Do you have like a time limit of how you're supposed to get there? What's to stop me from going to like way out in the distance to the edge of the map and coming back so that it's out of the way, sort of thing? What's best practice for config files in Unity? Any files, JSON? Just curious. I usually do things in JSON but that's just what I'm familiar with, Heisen. Scriptable objects, less so. Well, you could do scriptable objects, but I mostly use those for like just conveniently storing chunks of data statically for like in-game stuff, not necessarily like. No, you probably shouldn't use scriptable objects because I don't think those will. It's iffy as to whether or not those will persist between sessions. So I would go for something like a JSON blob, or I don't know how to do an ini file, but if you do, that would probably be a better way to do it. Yeah, it's not a games tech demo. Game soon, TM. You got it, Pomo.
I have an Audi file.
Shut the fuck up.
I can't hear JSON without just hearing Jason.
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 JSON.
Jason.
JSON.
Would you
Son
prefer I
Jason.
just said JSON?
Yeah. Actually, that
it's just
sounds like
an
a
acronym.
porn. That sounds like a porn category. Jason. Jerk off son.
Mm.
This is my jerk off, son.
Wait.
How is it different from your normal son?
You should ask him.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Yeah, seeing that the file size for that, the nub it's the same size as it would have been in the other texture, like not the overall size, but I just cropped out basically, but everything but this thing.
It's fine.
Alright. I'll get back to it.
Alrighty.
Okay, John. Flip it, flip.
Flip.
Boy. Alrighty. Time to make a bunch of UI labels. You know what? For my own convenience, let's just create empty vertical layouts. We'll throw these in here. And then this will just go. Where are you? Yeah. So we got current time. This is the current time score. Current distance travels. Oh! Eisenburns, oh thank you. I appreciate it. Have fun with all our weird ass emotes. Current distance score. Oh, thank you, Eisenburns. I appreciate it. Current collectibles count. Collectibles score. And then we'll just do current score. Total score. FYI, you want to short it, you can call me Burns. You got it. Heisenburns is fun to say for now, but generally, if we have some regulars that show up in chat, we'll usually shorten their names. Rook Rules is a regular. I just call him Rook. Pomo is Pomo. Cotton Weasel is called Diesel for various reasons that were decided like 5 years ago that I don't really remember. I'm sure something will stick for you to either Heisen or Burns. The people that I generally work with, we're all big fans of Breaking Bad, so it's possible that we'll latch on to the Heisen part or the Burns part. We'll see. Okay, so that's the current stuff. And then for high score, high leaderboard position, high total score. Oh, we're probably going to want to change those database tables as well to keep track of all this stuff. High clock timer, or time, I guess. It's high time. High distance traveled. And then high collectibles count. All right, there's all our values here. So I'll probably want, well, we'll need to format that time somehow. Yeah, before my username was Burns248, and I started shaving my head, and one of the streamers I used to watch was like, oh, so you're Heisenberg now. That, you know what? That's a pretty great origin story for a name. Me, on the other hand, my last name's Slosky. My first name is not Cole, but Cole Slosky is a funny pun, and I thought it was funny in like 2016 when I made an account and didn't even use Twitch at all, and now that's just what my channel name is now. A significantly less interesting origin story. Okay, so we got all of these, and now we just need to populate them. So game manager, score manager, collectibles manager, great stuff. It's punny. I like it. A lot of people seem to like it whenever I pipe up in chat like Koslowski, what a great name. I was like, I did. To me, it just sounds like I just used my first and last name. Like maybe I've just heard it so much, I'm just like, this is kind of a lame channel name. It just sounds like my first and last name. Like I'm like 60 years old, just learned how to use the internet. Okay. Let's have another game managers. Let's add another one to this thing. The UI manager. All right, now this is going to have references to every single element here, which actually makes me think I don't want it in this spot here. Maybe I want it just on the game canvas. No, we'll just do it here, just like score panel. We'll put it on the score panel instead. I just thought you like coleslaw. Hey, it's me, Brewski. Give me some coleslaw. That's the ironic thing, Heisen. I'm not a fan of coleslaw at all. I don't like it. So my name makes even less sense. It really is just like a name that I decided to stick with for literally no important reason. What did that look like? I can't see it. Oh, that was not bad. I could have done better if I actually could see my face. I have OBS minimized when I'm developing. If you want to see some more interesting prints, you can join the Discord because they all get posted there. Okay, so we need how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Okay. This stuff is just the most tedious. Private TM Pro UGUI. Or is it Text Mesh Pro UGUI? This one's going to be current time. And then let's just get the rest of these here. so I know that I named them the same. Welcome to the Discord, Burns. Oh wow, there's quite a variety of recent prints actually. I forgot there were a couple of streams where I just was a fisherman or dressed as a priest. Jesus Christ, some of these are cursed. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, that's fun. I have arrived. Welcome, Burns. And I'm sorry in advance. We sometimes get up to some shenanigans in the Discord. Where that gift didn't go through. Yeah, that's odd. Usually, maybe it's because it's a URL that. I wonder if I were to open the image in a new tab. Yeah, I think it's because the URL doesn't end in .gif, so this is like a web URL, and then this is like a link to a media file because it ends in that .gif. I make that mistake all the time too. Oh, there you go. Grim Fables helped out. Welcome, the both of you. Alright, now let's make 11 more of these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one is current time score. Current distance traveled. Current distance score. Ooh, that's gonna annoy me if I have that capital O there. And then these are going to be high, leaderboard, position, high, total score, high, time, high, distance traveled, and then high collectibles count. Okay. Oh, that was through Discord gifts that you did that? You must be busted then. Hell yeah, it's always time for... Oh, you're in the right place if it's time for more beer, Burns. I generally stay sober during development stuff, but things can get... things are much different on gaming weekends, I'll tell you that. I'm sure you and Diesel will have lots to talk about when it comes to beers. What's your beer of choice? You like dark beers, lagers, sours, Belgians, or you just keep it simple and classy with some domestics? I don't judge either way. Beer's beer. Okay. So now we're gonna have to link all these up. Let's do that. You're like 7 down? Damn. What are you drinking right now, Diesel? You and I tend to have very similar tastes in beers. Ooh, Sapporo's good. I actually haven't had too much Sapporo. When I was in Japan, most of the local Japanese beer that I would have was Asahi. So I developed a sort of attachment to Asahi in particular, but that's just because I'd never had much Sapporo. Collectible score, current score total, high leaderboard score position, high total score, high time, distance, collectibles count. There we go. Sweet. Sapporo today. I love beer, Sapporo. I should maybe pick some up. You know, the annoying thing is that like you could get it so cheap in Japan. Oh wait, nope, I still had Asahi there. You could get it so cheap in Japan, but like you pay premium prices to have it in America. In the same way that when we were in Japan with the Ruds, I think Andrew just ordered like a Sam Adams from a bar, and it was like $8 for like a bottle. Some absurd price just because it was an American import. Asahi Super Dry. I had one of those cans during our last trip, and I made the mistake of opening it in our hostel room. It was one of those cans where it's not just like you like just like pop the seal or whatever. It was one of those things where you kind of like open it almost like a can of cat food. And then apparently an iconic thing for those cans is that they just start foaming out the ass once you open it up like that. And I had to like desperately suck down the foam so it wouldn't spill all over the hostel room. And the Ruds and Jerry can attest, I looked like a goddamn fool. Just cover my... It didn't work. I couldn't sip it fast enough. Shit was going everywhere. Oh, the US Asahi is made in Italy, which is meh. Maybe that's why it didn't taste like how I remembered it when I got it back in America. I was like, you know what? I'm feeling nostalgic. Let me pick up like a 6-pack of Asahi. I was like, this doesn't taste as good as I remember it did. Okay. All right, so now we have to write the logic for all of this. Let's dictate. Yeah, let me see if I can find a video of... Yeah, let me see if this does a proper... Wait, what was this guy doing? Yeah, foam beer mug cans. Yeah. So let's see. This was the thing that I basically... What? Either his hands are tiny or this is a massive bottle. Mine wasn't like this. It was more of a tall boy. But it had this large opening thing on it. I think I made the mistake of not opening it quickly. Yeah, look at that. And it just starts going. This was... why did you cut away from it? Like, it just kept going for like 30 seconds. I'm like, shit. What do I do? I didn't know it did that. Yeah, let's drink it. Yeah, the foam definitely comes out. If there was a warning on the can, I didn't read it. Oh, that one was easy peasy. No, mine started coming out like a fucking geyser. It started coming out like it did in this video. Oh, not this one. Or maybe this one? Let's see. But it was more so like this one where it just started spilling over the can. Just like... And just... That was a problem. This guy seems super peaceful. What did I do wrong then? What the hell? Okay, whatever. Sapporo in the USA is made in Canada, but it tastes like same as Jap. That's awesome. I'll have to try it out. I don't again, I don't have any memories of what Sapporo tastes like. Okay, so we're going to want a couple of functions here. Well, first of all, this is going to definitely be a singleton class. And then we're going to have a couple of functions here of just like public void update time or current time. We'll also want public void formats timestamp. We'll just do like format timer. and we will, or just like get formatted time. Because what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be just counting in milliseconds how much time the player took to do something, and we're going to need to format that into like something that looks more like a clock that shows like minutes and seconds. Update current time label. Update current distance label. Do update. Although maybe this could all just be done in an update loop. Maybe I can just do this. Get formatted time. Text. And then this will be a float. Time to format. This will be score. Score manager time. Wait, hang on. I think I need to just change score manager. Time to complete is what we want. Instance time to complete. All right, this current what? All right, we'll skip the score stuff for now. Text is going to be equal to this. No. Score manager instance. I want it to display. Hang on. Public string get formatted distance. We're just going to round this thing. Just in case it doesn't do it on its own, which I don't think it does. We're going to want to make sure that it only shows like 2 decimal values. And I think we do that. Oh, we do that in a different. Settings, slider value. Here we go. This nonsense right here. Return this. We need to use system. And this will just be distance to format. This dot get formatted distance. Distance traveled. Current collectibles count equal to this. Oh no. Score manager instance collectibles grabbed. String. Ooh. Okay. Next. How about I just do this again? Okay. We're gonna want a Boolean here. Display current point values to go to false. So we won't display them while they're playing, but then we'll display it when they hit the goal, essentially. Void display point values or current point values. This dot display current point values equals true. Hide current point values. Yep. Former coworker of mine has been in Japan the last couple of weeks. I'm super jealous. Seeing a person. Yeah. I mean, I was only there last year, but I already want to go back. Whereabouts in Japan were they? And for this, if it's true, then we display these. Get time score. String. Oops, not that. All right, so it'll display all of those, and then also score manager instance get total calculated score to string. All right, so it'll display all of those values, and then what we're going to want is to get the values for the highest score leaderboard stuff. So what we're gonna want to do get high score values, or I guess just like get latest high score values is probably fine. Can't you set up a Lambda microservice on AWS and make an API call from the app to update an RDS table, then another API to get the leaderboard data? You can. I'm pretty newbie when it comes to cloud service stuff. I've only just started learning AWS. That's exactly how you could do that stuff. I unfortunately learned how to do backend management things when I was a full stack engineer at my first job out at Zynga, which great place to work, love the place. But they did all of their backend stuff using Apache servers and PHP. So I actually have an Apache server running on an AWS instance, and I already have a whole thing set up. Like, I wrote my own sort of leaderboard infrastructure. Oop. Let's see here. Let's just go to leaderboard here. So like that keeps track of all of the database tables, lets me update them, lets me grab like the top X number and stuff like that. So yes, that's probably the better way to do it. But I'm just going with what I've already made because it'll be quicker for this weekend is all. Yeah. I would like to learn how to, I want to spend some time learning AWS a little bit more because I want to make use of their, their RDS tables and particularly like their S3 stuff, because the reason I started doing like learning cloud stuff and AWS things was because I made this little cabbage customizer thing here. The UX is not good right now. I'm working on it, but you can currently use this and log in with Twitch to customize the little cabbage that's bouncing around the screen, or at least should be bouncing around the screen right now. I'm on the right one. Yep. So you can turn it into whatever you want and then save it. That all saves to a MySQL database right now. I would love to be able to save all of the image assets that you're able to manipulate in that customizer in like an S3 bucket. That'll make things a lot simpler for me to like grab and update and things like that. Alas, I am low on both time and energy these days, so I have to be careful with what I work on. Okay, so for this, let's see here. I always forget how to do this thing. Let me pull up my Unity. Pre-code, leaderboards, network requests. Get cabbage leaderboard entry. That's what we want. Okay. New get cabbage leaderboard entry async request. We want the chatter name, so we would want to grab it from player prefs. Get string. Let's do username. And for now, I guess we'll just leave it blank. And then we would know the table name from grabbing the scene name. Hang on, do we have level list, get current level? Okay, sweet. We're a little bit smart with this. Get current level, level name. Excellent. And then we'll also want a success and a fail callback. So that one. Network. All right, I think I need to use that. Request success. Wait, hang on. Network request success gives me something else, actually. Response body, right. Does failure do the same thing? No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Alright, I think I am going to need to pull up split decision again. Or at least, let me see. GM projects, this, assets, scripts, level summary? Nope, not that one. Scorekeeper? Not using anything there. Game manager? Nope. Interesting. Was it my pre-code? Leaderboard data, leaderboard manager probably. No. Leaderboard entry objects. Maybe I should just open up Sandwich instead. That'd probably be easier, right? Yeah, I think it'd be easier to just open up Sandwich. Oh, the Jam 56. Get that open. Just updated mine. Updated your game or updated Unity? Oh, updated your cabbage. Wait, hang on. Let me see. You're using both my favorite eyeballs and my favorite mouth. Respect with the whiskey slug too. That shit's iconic. Yeah, my cabbage right now is blank because I'm currently doing a refactor of it and using my cabbage as a test dummy, so it doesn't read it properly, but at least it shows up. By the way, this whole cabbage thing that you're seeing right here, as well as the customizer that's on the webpage, both of those were made in Unity. And there's a lot of other really neat things that my bot can do, and they're all in like the channel point redemptions, but the majority of them are disabled because I need to focus on the stuff that I'm working on, and those distractions aren't as effective when I'm not looking at the stream preview very frequently. Okay, this is disgusting. Change it back to my layout, please. Thank you. Okay, so scripts. Was it just in leaderboards? Okay. Leaderboard data? No. Probably leaderboard manager, right? Refresh leaderboard. Request leaderboard. Oh, okay, so here's what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I needed. Okay. I'm sorry, but there's so many free assets in the SS for 2D. Oh, dude, absolutely. If there weren't such great access to assets like that, all of my games would basically look like this. It's not going to look like this in the very near future once the Ruds have their assets ready to go, but if I didn't have easy access to assets, my games would look like chaos. Okay. We don't need this anymore. We have this. Okay. So we're basically just copy pasting this, I think. Empty leaderboard, return. Oh, we'll just call this data. Okay. Current leaderboard data. Okay, so this is in like leaderboard manager stuff. So we don't need all of this. So that's request leaderboard. I think updates fine. So if I were to get cabbage leaderboard entry, get leaderboard entry, let's go to this. Just get. I mean, it could be update and get, right? No, let's just do get. Get leaderboard entry. Hang on. Ore. There it is. There's so many checks on itch. So are there any checks for itch on like network access, like leaderboards? I'd assume their environment would be black box. Yes, there is some cores restrictions that you have to sort of set up. You just have to set up some proper HTML headers, and you'll be fine as long as it's only talking with your AWS IP. I forget how I did that, but I'm sure I have a example somewhere of maybe it's in my leader this thing. Yeah, I really don't remember how I ended up doing that. But these days I kind of just copy paste. It's like, all right, cool, it's working. You know. Oh wait, shit, did I? Hang on, I need to just close all these. Close all but this. No, I don't need that. And we'll close that. And then we will go to D2J, leaderboard, open this up, open this up, open this up. Okay, these are correct. Oh, you know what? It might be in credentials. Let me just check something here. Nope, it's not in my credentials file. I honestly don't remember how I set up it to like work through cores, but it does. Oh, I don't remember. Which bot is it? Auth? I think it only was an issue when I wanted to like authorize something. Like wanted to run some auth stuff, but it could talk to the thing no problem. Oh, I don't remember, and I'm gonna have to look it up. So, short answer though is yes, but I have a way to get through it. Yeah. Okay. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Auth complete stuff. This is all fine. Okay. So, wait, I needed to keep that leaderboard one open. Leaderboard. Get leaderboard entry. This is what we were looking at. Okay. So we're going to get placement, username, value. Okay, and we have that in leaderboards, not network requests, but like leaderboard data, right? Yep. Username, value, placements. Okay. So I can do leaderboard entry data. And can I just, hang on. I need to remind myself how this works. I think it was just like a JSON thing, like JSON utility. From JSON, then I can make leaderboard data. Okay, cool. Leaderboard entry data. Is that what it was? Yes, okay. There we go. And then well, that's it. Okay, so if I were to just get data success, get data failure. Okay, so then this dot high leaderboard position dot text is going to be equal to leaderboard entry placements to string. High leaderboard. Oh, not leaderboard position. So then we want high total score text. It's going to be leaderboard entry value. Is that what it was? Yeah, value. And then username. Oh, we don't need username. So these two things for sure we're showing. Okay. And then I guess, you know what we can do? Mm-hmm. Value int time float. So I think I'm gonna remake these tables here. All right, I think that's all we need. Well, labels. Let's say all tables. All right, fine. Okay. Let's make some new tables. Okay. Awesome. Although, maybe this won't be very viable. So I'm pretty sure my leaderboard stuff right now just grabs, yeah, placement, username, value. So we would need a new entry for shit. We would probably need a new entry for, or a new PHP file for getting your latest, and a new database table as well. All right, hang on. So we just won't do that then. No more time, distance traveled, or collectibles count. That'll take too long to do. Let's remake these tables here. Okay. All right. So where is the Downey Jam being hosted from? From this website right here. Being maintained by our boy Adagon. You'll notice it might be very similar to certain other Jam websites. Oh, hang on, I'm getting dark. I need to turn my lights on. Oh, shit. The switches are off. Ugh. That's better. All right. So where's the UI manager here? We're not going to be doing these. We're just going to be doing high score. Okie dokes. We got those. Get data success, the position, and then the total score. That's all fine. Otherwise, my leaderboard position text is gonna be equal to, I don't know, this. Just 2 dashes. Okay. So that should all be fine. I'll just set that from there for now. I think I'm going to hit the bathroom and refill my tea, and I'll be right back.
Nice shot!
Bye.